Good morning, everyone. Thank you to our trustees for an excellent day yesterday and for your continued focus on and engagement in day 2 of our spring retreat. And I'm thrilled to welcome our presidents who are joining us on our second day. So look at this incredible table with our presidents, trustees, the chancellor, and our leaders, and I am so excited about the work that will take place today. As I explained yesterday, the November retreat, we trustees called for this spring convening to continue the work that we started then so that we can sustain meaningful collaborative work by engaging the CSU's leadership, this board, Chancellor Garcia and her team, and our university presidents in areas where the board's collective and individual efforts are most needed and most appropriate. This will include longer-term strategic planning and breaking down any and all existing silos so that we can use our collective strengths and remain united in our shared vision for this university system. It will be a true collaborative effort among trustees, presidents, and the Chancellor's Office to develop an 18-month advocacy action plan for this system. As I mentioned yesterday, Chancellor Garcia and I appointed a working group comprised of trustees, Rodriguez, Gilbert-Lurie, and McGrory, Presidents Armstrong, Eanes, Mahoney, Tentiente-Matson, and Yao, and Vice Chancellor Sachs, all to facilitate this upcoming session, and also Roberta Achtenberg played a critical role. President Armstrong convened the group over multiple meetings and will lead today's discussion with contributions from Trustee Rodriguez and Vice Chancellor Sachs. We will break into 6 smaller discussion brainstorming groups that will be led by 3 trustees and 3 presidents. Through these discussions, we will consider the efficacy of our current advocacy practices and entertain participants' ideas for new approaches and encourage out-of-the-box thinking of our efforts moving forward. These ideas will be brought to the full work group for discussion. The group will then collaborate with Chancellor Garcia to develop a plan for action to be considered by the board at the July board meeting. So now I will turn it over to Chancellor Garcia for a few introductory remarks.
Thank you, Chair Fong. Good morning. Buenos dias. The work we are about to embark upon is both critically important and for the CSU, historic. Starting with my second point first, it is historic because it represents one of the most noteworthy and consequential examples in memory of the CSU's executive leadership at the board, system, and university levels, working shoulder to shoulder to develop an action plan to address one of the university system's most pressing and foundational needs. And it is critically important. It's an ongoing priority that the CSU inspires support for the resources and policy we need to address not only our current challenges, but the broader, near existential challenges that will increasingly test us and all colleges and universities in the post-pandemic higher education landscape. In my report to you at our March board meeting, I noted these challenges also present opportunities. Opportunities to be seized by those institutions that step up to confront them proactively, boldly, and creatively. I pledge that the CSU would be one of those forward-focused systems, and today's work advances that pledge. A moment ago, I mentioned that we are embarking upon that work today. As a collective, this is true. But as Chair Fong noted, a group comprised of Trustees Rodriguez, Gilbert-Lurie, and McGrory, Presidents Armstrong, Mahoney, Yao, Teniente-Matson, and Ames, and Vice Chancellor Sachs has already put significant groundwork in this regard. And so has Roberta Achtenberg, And I would be remiss if I didn't offer all of them my gratitude and appreciation. So, Madam Chair, without any additional delay, let's begin to work.
Fantastic. So thank you, Chancellor Garcia. President Armstrong, please introduce Session 3, Advocating for the CSU, a Collaborative Plan for Action. Jeff?
Well, thank you, Chair Fong. Thank you, Chancellor Garcia. Welcome, everyone. You ready to go? I know as we think about today, I know you've got your thinking of what we can do versus what we can't do. And also, I think about an old movie. I won't bore you with the details, but this sports figure was having a tough time and finally said, I get to play baseball today. We get to think about the future of the CSU today. We get to implement our leadership, and we need to think that way. And let's open the door for everyone to participate. The small groups are going to be great. I want to thank our committee. It's been an amazing team effort. This work has already had an impact on us. I can tell you personally that I'm thinking about Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and what we're doing in Sacramento, what we're doing about promoting a college degree, and how we're thinking about being more transformational, more strategic, and still dealing with the transactional, but that's something to think about today. So what I'd like to do to start us off is invite Trustee Rodriguez to come up and get us started. She is the Vice Chair of Government Relations Committee, and she's going to get us off to a great start.
Thank you.
To how much we care about the CSU. Thank you for that. And are committed to telling our story, not just to the legislators, but we need to tell our story to all stakeholders across the state of California. I also have so much gratitude to our chair, because even I've been on the board for 2.5 years, and when our chair first started, it was one of the things that I shared with her that was so important, to make sure that we had governmental relations, and she put it on her priority list, number 52, I think, right? But thank you so much, Chair, for making sure that this was top priority, and we are here today. I think the timing of this work is just so crucial because of numerous reasons, but let's talk about 3 today. First, we know that the state budget is not healthy. We know we are in a deficit year, and we know next year is going to potentially be worse. So we need to up our game, yes? Secondly, the timing works for the team we have in the Chancellor's office, because we have an incredible, inspiring leader in our new Chancellor, who's been on the job for 6 months and already has made such an impact. And in the past month or so has been in Sacramento 20 days, I think, is what I heard yesterday. My goodness. So I think we can truly say that we are having presence in the Capitol with our state legislators like we've never had before. We also have a new Vice Chancellor and leadership in our Advocacy and State Relations Office. Yay. Thank you, Greg. We're so happy you're here. And we're very excited to have a collaborative partnership with our trustees and presidents. Thank you, everyone, for being here, because that just means how important this is to you. We know that working together, we can develop and execute an advocacy plan that is going to be multifaceted and have everyone's voices that are here in this place. Lastly, we have a huge threat when it comes to this narrative of the value of higher education. Many of you have heard that. We have seen the articles out there. We've heard it with some of the students that we have connected to. So we don't want that to gain steam. So for the trustees in particular, we are all saying that we are fully committed. We're all in. We want to be enthusiastic ambassadors for the CSU and higher education overall. And any advocacy plan needs to address this point and elevating the CSU to be effective and successful. So again, many thanks to everyone who helped prepare this presentation. And as Vice Chair of the Governmental Relations Committee, I can say we're ready to jump in, yeah? I am. Oh, we need a little bit more energy. Are we ready to jump in? All right, all right. Thank you so much. And to provide more context, I'm going to go ahead and ask Greg to come on up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you all again for the time, for the commitment, for the energy. I super duper appreciate it very, very much. So a few quick thank yous before I share this very short PowerPoint. When the committee was deciding what to do and how to do it, they said, whatever you do, don't spend a zillion hours talking before we get in groups. We want to make sure we get at the action right away. So just a couple quick slides. But before I do, again, I want to thank President Armstrong for his wonderful leadership, the incredible committee. They got together on 3 different occasions, plus a whole bunch of emails in between, talking about how we can best not only share the story of the CSU, but also be able to convey that in an advocacy format. We also talked a lot about the potential silo of advocacy and how it's not just a matter of picking a couple dates where you go to Sacramento. It's about how you do it in a year-round way and how you do it on a multifaceted level. And so it was really, the conversations are really dynamic and really fun. And again, I can't thank folks enough for coming ready to jump into that. I also want to thank Nathan so much. He's provided tremendous leadership in the ASR office up in Sacramento. And he's always so welcome as I provide feedback and others to be able to pivot in different kinds of ways to think about how we can improve the work we're doing. And I also want to thank Patty Navalta, who some of you may not know, but Patty has served as kind of a communication consultant with us and really helped us be able to think about what we're doing and how we can do it better. And so thank you so much, Patty, for taking the time to be here today. So a couple quick slides as we move along here. The first one looks at kind of, again, how we got to this place. And do I move this? Okay. I'm not sure if I did that or someone else, but if someone else helped, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So one thing that I heard throughout my interview process was just the opportunity and the interest in collaboration, how we want to make sure that whatever we do, it's a multi-dimensional approach. It's not only, of course, incorporating our trustees, but also making sure that our presidents and campus leadership is involved. And so that really was something that came throughout this entire process. And also the other thing that Roberta shared repeatedly is that how we got here is actually, again, not in a silo. This is building on previous retreats. And so it's exciting to now be able to jump in with both feet. The other thing that I want to mention that came out of the conversations was the role of the chancellor and how we want to make sure we have a process that incorporates every voice, but we really do follow the vision of the chancellor as it relates to our advocacy plan, our messaging, things along those lines, not only the chancellor, but of course board leadership. And so that was something that was mentioned time and time again about how we follow that along. The next slide looks at the desired outcomes. So when we initiated this process and initiated this work, we kind of decided, okay, this is what we want to make sure we get done. And so one was that we do this, that we actually have this time today and we think about the best way to bring people together to have these kinds of conversations. And so check. We're well on our way. The other thing was that we position ourselves to be able to have a process so that we can come up with that more inclusive advocacy plan when we think of the next session and how we're able to, again, not think about a couple dates, but think about what we're going to do across the board. And I'll get more into that in a little bit. The other thing we talked about is making sure that not only an advocacy plan, but collectively and in addition to, we need to make sure we're addressing those two other legs of the stool, as Roberta said, not only the advocacy piece, but making sure we're thinking about how we're elevating the reputation of the CSU and elevating the CSU. But the third piece, of course, goes back to what we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about, and that is the value of a college degree. And, you know, there's a lot of work to be done. All the research shows about the value of it, yet somehow, some way, there's an echo chamber that's making it not fully recognized. And then the last thing we talked about, is it just me, or am I not doing a good job keeping this by my mouth? The last thing we talked about was measurement and assessment, and making sure this will be, hopefully through the groups, if this comes out at all, that's fantastic. But we really see this as potentially a post-today program, is figuring out how we have measurement so that we can actually say, okay, we did a great job. You know, we have room for growth in certain areas and stuff like that. So that's another piece that came out of it. The last thing that I'll mention on this slide is that we also discussed having it centered around the state advocacy piece, and not because of the time. We initiated this work in late February. We're not going to go down the path of the federal element. And while we understand that much of the messaging that is impactful for public funding is also impactful for philanthropic funding, we're really not necessarily going down the philanthropic path right now. We're going to make sure we talk about our state advocacy plans. The next slide, it was asked that we have a quickie kind of reminder of what the legislative calendar is, and I think probably this entire room could do this better than me, but very quickly, and there's some folks whose like day job is exactly this. So as we know, the governor introduces a budget in January. The two main milestones as it relates to a budget is the May revise, which comes out in mid-May, and then, of course, finally, when the budget is ratified at the end of June. Now, between those times, there is all sorts of different hearings and conversations and different things, let's say that help educate what that budget actually ultimately looks like. And so there will be, so when we think about that January to June time period, it really is a time where budgets get figured out and understood. And also, of course, there's other milestones that I'm not suggesting, which of course is April 15th, when we know what our taxes and the tax revenue is. The other piece that I'll mention is bills, and those can get introduced as early as January, February, most often February, and then they can be introduced throughout. And of course, they have to be signed by October. Again, there's a lot of hearings, and many of those bills are signed far before that time period. But the point is that in the CSU world, it's not uncommon that between January and June, we're all about the budget. And then around the other times, we are focused on the bills, and then also doing additional education and outreach to legislators and others so they understand what we're doing. Then the final slide looks at the shared vision. So, you know, you got a bunch of trustees, you got a bunch of presidents, you got a bunch of chancellor's office folks like myself coming together. We all come from different perspectives. And so one thing that President Armstrong and I think working with Roberta really kind of came up with is, okay, what are the things we can all agree on right off the bat that we all really, really care about? And so I want to just mention those because I think as you move into your groups, it's probably going to be pretty important. One is that we are committed to this process. We are committed to a process that is inclusive to the voices of our presidents, inclusive to our trustees, and to the chancellor's office staff, myself, Nathan, others who are responsible for this work. And so we are collectively going to make sure that every voice has a voice so that we can go down that path. And so that's just kind of off the top. The second thing is that we need to make sure that any plan is not just about, again, as I mentioned, a couple dates that we're going to go to Sacramento and a calendar. What it is a media plan that's aligned with the advocacy plan, that's aligned to the communication plan, that's aligned to the engagement plan. And so how are we going to make sure all of those things add up and build on each other. The third kind of principle that we had is the way we were talking about it is understanding the micro and the macro. So we know that there is a lot of education throughout the state of California that we need to do about the CSU and all the wonderful things about the institution and how we can make sure a wider range of individuals understand that. But we also need to make sure that there are a lot of folks that have a lot of really wonderful relationships with those that are influence makers, our alumni, and others. And so we want to make sure that we are developing strategies and also making sure that they are educated about where we are and what we need. And so yeah, we need to make sure there's a larger communication plan, but we also need to make sure that those folks that you all know well are appropriately informed along the way and understanding the needs and challenges and opportunities that we have as a system. And so that is another element. And the third kind of principle that we talked about. So that's it. That's my part. That's what I have. So before, though, I move on and invite Jeff to talk about our breakout groups, any questions or anything about any of the items, or actually more importantly, or maybe not more importantly, but equally important, for any of the committee members that were there, if there's anything you think I really left out that you think needs to be included, please feel free. And don't feel obligated also, but okay? I got a thumbs up from Yami. I'm in good shape. Okay, Jeff, the floor is back to you as we think about our breakout groups and where we're going to go from here. Thank you again.
Okay, ready to get back to work or ready to get to work? I know the trustees had a really good day yesterday. I just want to reiterate the importance of leadership of our chancellor and our board chair. I'm in my 14th year, and I am as excited about the CSU as I have been. It is a great time to be part of this amazing system, the most consequential system. So here's how we're going to move forward. We have 6 groups. We have 3 questions and 3 different grids. Here are the groups. You can see in highlight in bold, our committee members that have been mentioned a couple of times are the lead. Their responsibility is to keep you on time, about 25 minutes per sector, and I'll explain that. They're also going to be prompting you to speak up if you don't, and maybe prompting you to tone down if you speak up too much, to bring that balance to the group. That's very important. We have someone already designated in each group to be a recorder to help capture so that the committee member can report out. We will have report outs after about 75 minutes of work. We'll have report outs about 10 minutes per group. Actually, it's going to need to be shorter than that. It's going to need to be about 5 minutes per group for about 10 minutes, for about 30 minutes total. And then we're going to do some large group work, and we'll talk about that a little later. Now, you have one of these diagrams at your desk. At your place, and let me walk through exactly how we want you to do this, because we want everybody to get through this. So if you are group 1 and 2, do you have this?
Jeff?
Oh,
Jeff?
Here we go. It's up here.
Jeff, may I interrupt?
Please.
Because it was like an eye chart seeing that grouping list. So I'm just going to go over the groups. Just so that you know, you are seated in your groups already. All right, so there's no reshuffling. So it starts with Group 1, which is going to be led by Berenicia, and it goes all the way through to Sue Borrego. That is Group 1. Group 2 starts with Leslie and goes through Soraya. Then it starts with Rich, going all the way to Ellen. Group 4 is starting with Lynn Mahoney and ending with Raji. Group 5 is Cynthia, ending with Mike Lee. I think we have some favoritism here. And then Group 6 is Yami, ending with Erica. Thank you, Jeff.
So we're now going to do the wave around the room. I'm just kidding. I want to get you excited. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Fong. This is really important. It's exciting. So if you'll turn your attention back to this slide, what we want groups 1 and 2 to do is start in the Sacramento column and think about these 3 questions. You have 25 minutes per column. So groups 1 and 2 will think about what are we doing now that's effective, what are we not doing that we need to be doing, and then the real kicker, 2 bold ideas. 2 bold ideas. Then group 1 and 2 are going to jump to the value of a college degree and go down that column. And then group 1 and 2 will move to reputation. So you can see then that groups 3 and 4 will start with reputation and then move to Sacramento and then to value of college degree. Groups 5 and 6 start with the value of a college degree, then move to reputation, and then move to Sacramento. So we're going to come up with 18 really bold ideas. I'm sure some of you will try to overperform and come up with more than 2 bold ideas, but this is going to be a really, really thoughtful output.
Jeff, can I just mention one thing?
Yes, yes.
Sorry. If you're doing the math and you're thinking that we're all doing the same questions, the idea of switching the order is just in case we don't get to focus as much. If you top load by accident, everyone will get to focus on different issues.
Now, very good point. We want you to get through all of it, but we're starting you in different places for that very reason. So also think about people outside this room. We have alumni and influencers that are very important, and think about how you can weave them in as you think about this. Any other additions or comments, especially from our leadership, Roberta, Millie, or Wenda, or any of the committee members? Anything that you want to add? Yes.
The only other thing I would add, in case it's confusing, there was mention of we're not focused on philanthropy today, we're focused on advocacy. But clearly they bleed together. And I think essentially, if we come up with amazing ideas today and they address those questions, don't hold back. If great ideas come out, talk about them, even if they bleed into philanthropy.
Any other? Any questions from our amazing participants? Okay, grab your chair.
So before we do
grab
that.
something to write with, and back to Chair Fong.
Yes. So before we break, I just want you to know, because we started late, we are going to expand the time for this, the breakout groups, because it's so critical that we do this work. So group leaders, please just know that you have until 11:10 a.m., and then we will then resume back here at our table for the reporting out. Thank you.
If you need to take a break during that time, do so, but 11:10 a.m. Yes. One more. Hold up, everybody.
Jeff, you may have
So
mentioned
also
this.
in terms of where you're going to be situated, behind each of your groups, you'll see a table.
Just note
Bring your
takers-
chairs,
note takers
circle
and presenters.
around. Also for Bagley Keene, there is a microphone that is on the table. In order for us to meet the requirements of Bagley Keene, those mics are live. It will be, you'll understand how it'll be in terms of having 6 mics live, but just know that they are live, all right? And then with each of our groups, we have an easel for our leaders and for the recorder. So thank you.
Okay, everyone knows they're a leader and everyone knows they're a note taker. So let the work begin. Thank you.
Very small table.
Chair.
Yes, it is a small table.
Dilsey, you're helping by recording, right? Yeah, good. So Cynthia can manage the booth.
You know, we're being live streamed.
I think we're good. Yeah. Hi, Thomas. Do I have everyone?
Hello? Hello?
Here's Andy and Raj. Okay.
Raji, do you mind taking notes?
Does anyone need any?
So Lynn can lead the group? Is that? Hi, Thomas. You can Thomas? You can grab something else.
Someone else wants to take
I hope you're feeling better.
I'm going to scribe here.
Good.
I can write on there, right there. Maybe
First thing on the list is placing.
Still all right.
You walked away.
So we have 9 questions to answer. 75.
So, but Nathan's removal, got that. Next, yeah.
Bold ideas, and this is focused on Sacramento. What are we? Do I have more? We're back here. No, I did. Okay. I knew this all.
Thank you.
See, I told you. I wish you would listen to me when I told you. You're the recorder.
Should we jump in?
Pick that.
And higher ed.
I just want to make sure I allow that space for anybody to
The question is out.
Then I.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Try to be as neat as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great.
I get some stars from that.
Awesome. So I want, if you want to look at your packet right here, in the back it actually has this sheet.
For us to start on this first,
We do 1, 3, and 2.
so we're going to talk about, we're going to focus on what's really important, right? And
None of us can do somewhat of a time.
what are we talking about?
11 advocate. And
Effective
6 is the best time, right?
Always.
About voted already, so it's good. So we're gonna let's start off with that first one. So we are actually gonna be talking first about reputation. So if you look at reputation, oh no, we're doing 6.
We're value
Value.
Oh, college degree. I thought we're just going to put a pin in it.
Okay. So if we look at the value of the college student.
You're right. That's what we're not.
Okay. Let's think about what we're doing now.
Well, I think, so it says now, and that now is the key, because if I go back a year from now, this will be a whole different answer to what I would be saying. So now, as I understand it, is 1, we actually went to Sacramento with a very clear messaging. And everybody was on the same page as to what the messaging was. And there were 3, remember? 3 very specific messages that we wanted shared with the legislature and with the legislative offices. And I think we do that well. Or that is a positive right now, that we're not all over the place and we're not allowing one group saying one thing in one meeting and another group saying something in another. I think we're giving a central message. This is essential. You need to do this. You need to support it. And this is why A, B, and C. I think that, to me, is a huge improvement over the way we approached it in the past, which was more glad-handing than it was messaging, in my mind.
And what are they saying, Cynthia?
The advocacy is that, but
Yes.
that's the question.
Right.
All talking about it.
And their family.
We're probably all talking about it.
Well, I just wanted to make a note too.
New York, not even going to Sacramento, but making this relationship.
Really doesn't come up much in career services. So there's been discussion in the past about, campuses connecting with local corporations to, try
So
to.
let me ask one question, because I wasn't in Sacramento, so I get it secondhand here. How well were we all prepared in our teams when we walked in the door to know who within that office
get a job. I
were
mean,
our
I
own
was a
alums
Christian as well, and
affiliated with us through their educational process. Did we know that
way that
in the doors of each
getting
of those
help at
offices?
home, it's just completely different. I mean, involvement, I have with my kids on getting internships, jobs, doing their resume. These are things that perhaps the homes of these children and students don't have. So how can CSU help and educate these kids to write a cover letter, reach
So we
out,
knew who our
connect
alums were.
with
Well, I think
friends
that's
on LinkedIn
important
and
because I'm telling you, that's who you leverage. You leverage those relationships. And I think that's important for us. And even if they're not our alums, even if you know their background, you know, they could be a UC grad. Frankly, it wouldn't matter if you're talking about the value of that educational process and how it changes the trajectory of someone's life.
But it's not system-wide either. Is that we are able to do this effective external messaging on a local level? But the disconnect.
I was saying we were talking about marketing. Education. I'm saying we are marketing,
I haven't at the system level.
but not sure whether the message that we are putting out are reaching the audience.
So not at a state level. Yeah.
Right.
But is that for students
Yeah, they
who
do.
have now come into the, they've been enrolled and they want to sit with you to figure out what their future's going to look like?
Yeah, I had written it.
Important thing.
We absolutely need to leverage the influence within that legislative office.
What's that thing, the Discord?
Whatever that influencer in that office, we can, whoever that is, we need to know how we follow up and how we leverage that more effectively. Now, this is supposed to be what we're doing right. So, no, now we're talking about things we need to improve, maybe.
The kids that are coming
Okay, so we can talk about
are the ones
at the same time.
third generation.
Oh, okay, I was trying to focus on the first.
Family legacy. They get why college is important. The kids that aren't coming are the ones that are more than first generations are not quite. It started to move that way. When the unemployment rate is low, they can go out and get a job at $25 an hour that makes them $50,000 a year, and they're like, "Ooh, isn't that nice?" They take a snapshot, not videotape. But you can't feed a family right now. You're in inner cities and families.
We're enabling our stakeholders and advocacy process. I'll expand on this later because it's something
That's all you
but the involvement of not keeping that meetings where the presidents go to Sacramento and the whole campus delegation. I think that's really important. Also the trustee advocacy.
Although I
Something that I haven't seen in my time as a student and now as
you're in these,
I think that was really important. I've been in Sacramento multiple times as
overall
a
messaging.
student body president and
Why
how
is
legislators listen to trustees compared to how they listen to
the
students
follow-up
is very different.
is
It's
where
on
you
the body
really get
language
into
and how they use. So that was
I don't think you spend any time.
and I'll expand on that later, but I think
There's, well, I'm talking about a specific bill, but that wasn't the purpose of that meeting. But our purpose,
You're right about that, but it works for some models.
I know, I'm a little wondering.
I didn't.
Are you,
PowerPoint.
well,
But I would add to that note about, I made a note while they were doing the presentation.
okay. Okay, because I think when we report out, we probably need it written out, and I don't know if you'll have the time, will you have the time to put that after?
Not enough time on public.
Or someone else
so
can do
you
it.
identifying who's the best
Yeah, I
influencer
think it's
within
fine.
our
I'm
own
taking
group
my own notes
for
when I
a
come on
particular
reporting
subject
out, so I
matter.
think
But they're already in.
Okay, the other thing, but I
Riding
don't
along with us already.
think fair that we weren't
We want to
following.
look outside.
I think it's okay. So I would just add, I think it's really, I love the trustees are being tapped out now.
I would have
Anytime you have power, they feel like they're valuable to you. Like I did the presidents and the trustees and the smaller other
Very
trustees.
controversial.
Then, so I started doing after Jack's comments. I have legislators who.
That's the only thing I did.
It's an exciting group. This is another way of saying, Jack, what it took later. when we go into
We're on reputation. Sacramento's our next question.
write down my own. You can only digest so much, so we need to tell stories and have.
Where's the audience?
You know, if we could find anyone at the table who has a prior relationship with it, but we can, tell shared stories. That's what.
All right.
Yeah.
Other
Okay,
revenue.
so for the what we should do better, like here already, we want to go to Sacramento. And we're not,
Everything about it, you look at the amount of time, much less than a typical.
I'm saying that's what we, well, and that's what, go to the next,
So,
oh, that's
this
great.
is one of the things, Travis, when I talk to you, I've had very policy directors that come
And I also
and I asked them to explain why
under Charlie Reed's,
and their answer is always, well, it's always been there's never, no one's ever been able to give me an explanation that says, well, there's actually a rational reason, but it's completely irrational. There was only
So
one
one
year in the last 2 years
And
where
you're
it
sending
didn't
those to
happen.
your local
And that was
legislators?
the year when
Yes.
But you're also,
the president of the got into a fight with the governor.
okay, so let's move on to the second part of Sacramento part, which
There's that, and then
what do we not
very
do
kind of punishment.
that we think we should be doing?
Exactly.
it ended up getting.
And there was a lot of other weird stuff going on. It was kind of a power struggle between the two. And they kind of decoupled us. And I remember at the time that Director Michael Cohen, I said, Michael,
I see advocacy as building
the decoupling has happened. And he said, well, yes, it has. I can't promise that it's a precedent. Well, it turned out it wasn't. That it went right back to the ironclad, well, it's the dollar that goes
advocating for a particular
to CSU, that same dollar goes to
So,
This is where we
So the controversial part.
when you're there, now you're there. Advocating is all
We don't want to make enemies.
so I think that's good. We should say that we carry the message of decoupling.
Well, no, well, to me, it's
Decoupling
the
the
whole
use
idea.
of CSU.
Number 3. Because if we just pass the
What would facilitate
Our communications with people, working with national media.
me, that's
So what would you feel would help us?
That's it. And as what we
Makes
talked
no
about
sense.
yesterday with the board, that the media
So anyway, that's,
thinks
Sylvia's
that
heard me probably rant on this before. I get so emotional, my heart rate goes up, my pulse goes up. But
it's the private. And so when we're meeting with legislators, they're saying, what's the value? It's about college debt. We need to get the media to understand that there's a difference between the privates and us. And that is what Dilsey is saying, advocating. It's not only educating, but it's advocating for that. So we really have to get national, besides
So better, more strategic, more targeted.
one more reason why they
Exactly.
cannot be coupled.
It's controlling the narrative.
It is.
You have to control
One of the things that's where.
because the media,
Yeah, there's like,
they will only report what they get and what they interpret or they perceive. You have to be, I was telling my team all the time, get out in front of
anywhere else.
control the narrative,
But anyway, that's, to me,
develop a relationship.
So that's a bold idea.
it's a bold idea.
We carry the
But don't be
decoupling
reactive, don't be having
discussion.
come up to feel like you pursue.
I don't know how to describe it.
I'm kind of the same boat. I consider myself, my background. I served as CFOs.
Well, that's parents.
Funding model.
Can I just
My
try to?
life was
I think
That's how I,
compared to this is like, because I
I talked to
have
San
more
Francisco, they
resources
have
than we really
total
had for
faith in
undergrad.
San Francisco State.
And the state was.
But they don't have faith in higher education.
Exactly.
Right, because everyone loves their congressperson.
Right.
because
Well, and
Congress-
it sounds like what you're saying is you want to empower
Right.
every president to also represent.
So it's not, that the- like I've had.
Right, would it, like, would it be helpful if you
And
had
again, I
regular
don't think you
talking
have to
points?
say, do this. I think, and I'm like, change the model in a certain wait.
This,
Look
that's
at it.
where refugees.
Hire a third party. Take a look at it. What's on us?
Okay. Are we ready for two bold ideas?
Recognized the state is supporting research at the UC and not supporting.
So the team is still there, though. I just want to get your point, because you do have the team, right? So what are you feeling like the team is not connected?
Why does what we do make a difference? It's like we have students on our campus who are also
This is what happens.
they think where can I go to get involved in social justice?
The idea with all
Mingus Hills exists in the health industry where obesity, hypertension, all those health conditions, diabetes, those are rampant. There are kids who care about that and it's impacting their families. Why does the city agree to make a difference for the health outcomes in our community? We don't market that. We market
And also we have
so
24 incredible spokespeople.
in this alumni, but not
That equality funding approach that you have makes
from
Oh, it absolutely,
Right.
absolutely, but as.
it's not, it's inequality on the other.
economic impact we have, communities on the ground
Of
care
course,
about.
like to,
Family gonna be
Okay,
safe.
so that's, I think that's going to get us into other areas like reputation, value too, so let's keep,
Why does it make a difference?
let's keep
If
going.
I'm having problems where I can't send my child because I don't know if they're gonna interact with law enforcement or the police, why is it a safe space? And why is what CSU in criminal justice programs, in my space, in your space, in your space, making a difference so that we have engaged.
Okay, we have to move on, we have to move on to two more ideas here.
Leading the way and having those conversations. That's community impact.
I know you said you
don't talk
didn't want to go to two bold ideas, but I think it's honest.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
You didn't do it. Just to focus on community impact. How is this, Patty? Hi, Patty. Have a seat. So even though you can sit for a minute if you want. Yeah. Perception is invested, right? So if those so it's kind of local collective change, not the individual, not we have 3 people. So there are a message of diversity. That's a good.
This is what are we not doing?
Community impact.
Okay, so oh, you're back up to Sacramento again?
No, we're on reputation.
Okay.
to the second.
Are you
Okay, all right. got it.
Right,
solving health care
which
issues?
I think is part of a good.
I agree with you there because
Are you solving poverty? Like, what are we doing that has a community impact?
environment.
Start talking about. Exactly right.
And you could have a story for California. Had a story. Southern California, higher ed. What's another what are they doing? So it's supposed to have double arrows. But it actually, you know what I mean? Like, it actually is. Okay.
Find it. Yeah. Find it.
We all think it after telling me.
Let me just touch, because we have one more question to get to in this section.
Second bold.
Jonathan, Nathan, and
This actually
Higher education, at a good college,
let them go.
So I think our job, the bold job, is to
Go off en masse
what the value
and get them back.
We've done that here.
But actually,
Done that here.
on a scale that actually
We're gonna,
on a scale that actually
what it is, but we're gonna have long before that in the working population of the family.
I think
Wharton is all over.
I think we need to improve and be consistent with our messaging and our methodology and the way we deliver message. We need to expand it. So I'd love nothing more than to see whether it's a commercial on TV or a billboard that illustrates the value of a CSU degree within our system and what it's meant to people. There is now, if you have been watching, some of us watch TV more than others if you get tired. There are now television commercials. Arizona has put out one, and it is a commercial that's 30 seconds long. A person talking about the value of that education that they received at ASU. And we don't think about these kinds of things at all. Hampshire is they're every day on New Hampshire, and they show the diploma and the person graduating, and they always have a family, and they're showing, right. But I'm saying it's an effective method. It's an effective messaging methodology. I don't think we have one that's that effective.
All right. You have 2 pages on your
For legislators.
Oh, yeah. And we can come up to, I just want us to. We discussed this in our committee with alumni. In this aspect, we're talking about our audience. I call it activating giants. Remembering that representatives that work around they're saying, so when we're trying to.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know how to answer that because I'm not sure how that relationship works exactly today. And I know there's a conflict always, as we've talked about whether it should be a campus-led effort or is it a system-led effort. So I'm not sure I know how to answer that.
When we take students to Sacramento, sometimes taking the same student government can be repetitive, right? And that's coming from someone that's been in student government for most of my undergraduate career. It's great we're taking these leaders, but I feel like we have so many great students on our campus, underserved populations, the Guardian Scholars,
and maybe within local markets.
Correct.
These populations that are very vulnerable, that we can grab them and say, hey, you're okay with
localized
it. We have some
Fullerton
from alumni team. You have Derek Carr, who's now in the NFL from Fresno.
Fullerton advertisement about
share that
what they
story.
do is
What
all
was the
folks
specific things that Fresno
LA on LA, and then you have a major one about the value of our whole system of that education.
And also, it's a difference between something, right, that the data can help us see that and make changes. So I think
they're both really
figuring
good.
out what.
But just to be clear, all the great stories in the world get undermined by one Title IX disaster.
Yeah.
So we think
with
at
one of these
our
national firms.
Right, of course.
Let's put a bundle, yeah.
Something's always.
And I think the other thing we don't do really well is we don't leverage free media.
That's amazing.
We need to think about a strategy for leveraging free
Okay,
media.
so are we,
All right, I agree with Douglas.
Sacramento,
Well, you know, and
Because that's where young people go and get their information. What if, as obnoxious as it could be, if every 10th TikTok is about the value of an education, instead of it being about how you jump off the roof and break your leg.
What we're doing now need to show how we're becoming. Because you need instructions.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And maybe if you have enough common sense, you won't do it.
Better Alumni Network,
Well, no one's pitching.
better marketing, particularly focused on the power of regular updated data on impact, economic workforce, economic.
I don't want to lose Lillian's point. And Roger's point with the better marketing.
okay, I think that has to go on
Different.
old ideas.
So the audience was more targeted.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I said, how do we recruit to assist? How do we recruit influencers to assist? Because I don't think we do a very good. And the other is, there is no other. I'm not aware of any other institution anywhere in the United States that has 4.2 million people that are associated.
You have to individually.
Maybe
No, absolutely.
ARP does, I don't know, but, and we also don't leverage that alumni relationship enough. Now, the question I've always had is whether that's a campus issue and not a systems issue.
So let me take
One of the things that I know.
build on what you're just saying. She took that subset of 4.2. Took that
When I met with alumni,
top 100
talk about
CEOs
I don't
who
remember
are all
one
CSU,
way.
right? So it's only 100 of the 4.2 million.
That's large.
These are
Ideologies.
I don't
List.
major
That, you could see like double.
they became
And that's
a sub-association. and they had a structure where there was bicycles,
Bland.
almost like a board. And you really organized.
How do we know they're alive?
Well, but again,
Don't you
like,
dare.
there's some cohorts
They're
Because that affects my business.
the metrics and the stats, but you lose the information quickly because it's just like models having 130,000 alone. It's a nice project. We brag about that, but to what end? Exactly right. So we've got to finish the sentence. We're giving them a snapshot and not the video. Right. We had a tagline when I first came to the museum that was really drawn by an alum.
But also, we have
And
not
the tagline was, "We
certainly
transform
with this
lives
system, and I don't
that
know
will
about
transform America."
individual
This is a kid who never had any intent of going to
Why
college.
not pick off?
Met with a faculty advisor.
Yeah, I would put on this.
adding a vault as
Community
our
college,
media
Bill
coverage,
Baker,
because
came back to Dominguez Hills and wrote.
that's the difference.
Finished with our.
What way?
At a graduate
Yeah, get it
Robin
there.
and,
now
but also we are
Alone
for the system.
are listened to by legislative offices.
So that's
They
the
tell their
difference.
story about what it's meant to them, and they're not an employee, and they're not perceived as, oh, well, it's their own special impact.
Now they're going to say he's working in aerospace, so we're doing the kind of course stuff.
Rewarding.
That's the
know
so the line. What I'm saying is I don't want
That's
to
it.
get
And
lost
these
in
CEOs are going to be contributors to
because
this.
it's about the impact that number is having on their lives.
Yeah.
For their
That's cool. But there other
Transforming lives that will transform America.
we lost our leader. Where'd she go?
So we don't have metrics, we don't have
Yeah, value
accountability, we don't know how effective these things are.
Lives that transform America.
No, they go.
But how are you measuring? Is it anecdotal?
All of that.
Do we know what our reputation is as
the brand of
The brand.
Okay, okay.
What does it mean?
have a more metric.
And how we differentiate ourselves from a lot of the other higher education institutions that are being beat up right now. And you separate yourself from that boxing. Which is important. I say, well, that's not us, that's, let's go argue with them, don't argue with us.
We're reliable. I wonder if her daughter's in family in math.
Yep, we need to talk about the economic consequences of their investment and what it means to them and to the state.
Well, no, beyond the state.
But there's a lot of, and really, we're a lot of, there's a lot of work, this is from, there's a lot of work
We're in the third column.
that really,
That at the end of the day,
that really translates about what the value of the college degree is.
Sacramento
And
has
it's actually, I mean,
legislators.
I'm sorry.
And that's why, because of their constituents care about something, they care.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's, so I do, we need a brand, a CSU.
Have that data. There's a lot of this kind of stuff that demonstrates clearly what is the value of college degree that's produced by other people, by national organizations. Here's another one. Sorry for this. I mean, there's
That has that whole, that has Okay, so
But
and
we
we're
don't
good with
want to
our
move the
two
number
goals
2
idea?
yet. No.
So two big goals ideas is this just focusing on
Okay, any other
high issue.
benefit to your family, your lifelong needs.
going and we can, we'll come back to Sacramento.
That's reputation.
Our marketing is much more.
Okay.
We don't have to do grass.
Targeted, must be audience specific, right? It has to be a different message for different audiences. And all that must somehow be aligned, in alignment. And then one last thing, but I feel like the marketing
Comes out of the social media. And we partner with a news organization.
I think that's perfect.
Partner with.
Well, the reputation, I have a product that tons of young potassium, and that is all we we brought up, somebody brought up.
And it starts with stuff.
Yes, like in a class, you're like, develop.
All of these news organizations right now.
I love it, that's bold creative
ranking
events. I was like, that's a good one. So you need an outside term, so the public has to show that's social. I think that is right.
Because that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, I
This one I never think about.
Okay, so now we are, it's our, I think our conversation overlap. I'm seriously,
Now we're number
on
one.
value, no, we're one, Sacramento, yeah. We're in Sacramento.
Who's TIA?
That sounds, what kept them alive?
Oh, I have no idea.
They have created funding for them. They don't what? They are the machine.
I wanted to investigate what
They say what,
Okay, so the challenge that we have,
Not now.
I used to, I would,
Challenge.
and my last year, we're, what they're doing is on the edge. I think it's so about.
so the challenge
Almost
you
like
have
major play.
is that the public perception is this is one self-preservation workout by Rich.
Okay, we already have.
You are telling us this is so important because it's you trying to protect your job. How do you overcome that argument? How do you overcome that argument becomes the focus that we have to think about here. If it's the message always coming out from those that are employed in the system, then it's looked as being a self-interest argument. That's what the Gallup poll said, by the way. So how do you message this with it having more credibility to the public? And that means you have to have it coming from third parties saying it, not the educational environment saying it.
Has somebody we could text right now, right? And then, the CSU is also, the chancellor has been a very regular present. Board members. Go back to the students.
Okay, but
Highlighting the value.
It's one thing that we have not done, I think, among the 23 universities, is use the power of the system. That's what we need to do.
They're believing them that are coming out of the woodwork, right? I use the substances. They're getting 50 million. So
well, I think that's why when we said that our students don't have that, come to the CSU, it's an important message.
Yes.
we need to take.
And that there's a value,
Right.
you know, to the society. You become a more valuable citizen.
We're on the, well, yeah, we're doing, because you went for Sacramento. What are we doing now that we can?
I think what we do well,
Oh,
campus-wide and
but were they
we
spokespeople?
have reciprocal exchange, because all of us have congressmen, or not congressmen, but associates.
There's great
On our
success
campuses, on who come to visit, so I think the reciprocal exchange.
Well, frankly, for the most part,
And
right, we're not messaging very well at all.
to call people to the campus, it's all that will come at our invitation. I heard a rumor about Al Mersucci.
Right.
Al Mersucci, his assembly district. Remember, there's competing bills. Glacier has the Senate bill that includes the CSU and the infrastructure. Mersucci has one that's only K-12. And he's thinking about 14, he excludes the CSU and UC. So I heard about that, and I heard
Not gonna do
Mark
that anymore.
got back to me, where he said, well, I saw the new bill in Dominguez Hills, they're doing fine. And I'm like, oh, no. Yeah, exactly right. I'm like, oh, so I've had my people call me.
Well, and I think we have to find,
I wasn't quite
and we have to find the right message for the particular issue. The right message. Who is the right message?
Here's a new bill you talk about. That's fine. Let me show you the other stuff.
Right, well, the message, yeah.
Yeah, right?
And I'm not trying to that's a whole Olympic thing, which is what are we doing? K-12, read it there.
Because
Yeah.
it was clear,
But
I brought them with
Yes.
me, the most recent released major national studies on the issue of the value of college education, and why it's not. And Gallup, you know, pretty well thought of by the country. It's not being biased, you know,
But you're going to have to make a selection of which, yeah.
and, you know, it was pretty damn. I mean, it was only 34% of
there's a
Americans
level of
in
reciprocal exchange
September of this last year felt that there was a value,
They have access to
any significant value of a college education.
We have
I
credibility.
mean, 60+% of the population said no.
There's the value. I know. It's so simple. It's so simple.
And the answer was, there was no response to it.
But I look
Nobody
at
responded to it.
just so well done. San Francisco State,
I would imagine almost all of
wrote
us.
Schindler's List.
Yes.
There's not, well, let me go back to what aren't we doing? I think we're not timely in responding to our critics in this issue. We're not timely.
Social media campaign. I
We
don't
just
know
take it
if
and we say, well, we don't want to cause,
leaders in their field,
and we need to be timely in the response. We need to have the structure where we can call ABC, because they're the ones that we want to deliver the message, and say, you need to deliver this message. And here's the data. Yeah. That's right, the ship doesn't.
Oh,
So what are the bold ideas, Steve?
And we have to do it in a way that doesn't.
yes.
Because sometimes we try to.
We need to be.
We have Billie Jean King.
Oh, yeah, Billy Joe.
We have B.D. Wong, Tony Award winner.
See,
Well, he
that's
didn't
my point.
graduate.
My point, when Gallup came
attended.
out with that poll, nobody
There's
responded.
another alum I just.
We should
crossed
respond,
Nothing.
or whoever our surrogate is, should respond immediately. They say, whoa, wait, you know, this may be the public sector, but let's take a look at the facts. Boom,
I
here
think
they
they're
are.
just out there and
Enough of
to
it.
be called.
Federal advocacy. And
Okay, we're gonna get to
we
what
can
we're gonna do different.
call up
Oh, yeah, he attended.
So this is just
federal office.
well,
and say,
Did he actually graduate?
It's a short list.
sorry.
Obviously, there's
Oh,
He actually graduated? Okay.
that we're talking, exactly.
It's not proactive.
That was
not proactive.
what Doug said yesterday.
Okay, perfect.
He was saying,
We have,
you know, you gotta go through all these processes, forget it. Shortcut this,
Well, we're
put the group, a
And I'm
small group
amazed
together and they respond.
Along with that,
one thing
Okay.
I would say,
all the local Congress people
add to this, because I
from Ohio,
A tiger team.
Louisiana, a lot of them know consciousness about this issue. We're the biggest kid on the block. Somebody should know what it is. They don't. We don't show up.
That's a great one.
and you said Ryan.
Congress office outside of California. White, that's another reason. And this is the
No, we had, because when I first joined the board, I asked
that's the big hit. That's the big idea.
the stars, you know, the celebrities in Columbia, and there
Let's
was,
shift, however, away from just
so that's something we need.
Five white
when we talk about the value of the college degree.
Yes,
have no.
right. I mean, I love a crypto king.
The role we should be playing,
I don't think we don't have
institutionalizing
Yesterday we were talking about
the need for a college degree in the early years of the education process. Our relationship with K-12. Are we really doing what we should be doing there to instill early in the family?
Yes.
Millie's, the Hispanic family, it's about how do we cost it. So what if in the 8th grade or the 7th grade, we're already into that family's mentality about this is an avenue for us to follow. This is an avenue for us to approach. It's not all, I just want to shift from media to there's another, you know, the soft side of this. You know, and I brought this up. Fresno State is doing a pilot, they've been working now for a year and a half, called Bulldog Bound. And it starts in junior high. They go to junior high, they meet with junior high 8th graders. They assign a team to every school. They enter into, quote unquote, a contract. It's not a contract, but it's an agreement. They sign this
I
agreement.
know, that's the
say
worst
to
part. We
you,
don't have a unified name. It's
we
not
will help
UC
guide
City.
your child
It's
through
Cal
this
Poly. I didn't know that
education
Cal
process
Poly was
through high
part of the
school.
CSU.
We will tell them
I
how
became
they,
a trustee.
we will help them. They need help.
I did
We'll
not
get
know
them
that Cal Poly was
mentorship
part of the
abilities,
CSU until I became a
opportunities.
trustee.
And if they do these things, we guarantee you have a slot at Fresno State.
Oh, okay.
And from there. Yeah, that's right. Got it? No.
Along with that.
Got it. Right.
There's a-
But
there's a
my point being that they're engaging early in the process and not waiting until they're a senior to say, well, you know, I'm gonna go, never mind, I think I'll just go, you know, be a welder, or maybe I'll go I'll be a linesman or whatever. But they really establish that, and what they do that I think is of value there is they bring the family into the process. So the family has a greater understanding of what we offer.
And so what the system does is it doesn't think that individual advocacy.
But what about San Jose, though?
In addition to the CSU strong people.
Well, I don't know. He's doing it at Fresno.
People voice against the system.
Right.
Which I think doesn't always take advantage.
Oh, because I was,
That's, so I agree with that.
because I was told when I first joined the board, I said we need to have a unified branding.
Because they take pride in that.
You just recognize that
Yeah.
it has to be, it has to be
We did the
affordable to the university. So how do you do it? What's the structure that you get there?
right.
I think we
Research got funded for
to tell you now, do not engage
it didn't impact
early students
what the CSU got.
in the process.
The legislators
Very
came
well.
on campus and gave, I didn't even ask them what it is. Triple went, oh, damn. Gave me $60 million to build 3 new buildings. Down payment.
They get lost.
It didn't impact what the system got. But we still have rules in place, like Manya said, to keep us in that.
Yes.
So they changed it then.
Well, 1 year, but then you heard.
It's not here, and I
from
wish it
the
was.
trustee board.
But when you see
Our trustees
Chris
say, wait a minute, aren't there some
talk about what he did at Long
presidents are supposed to be advocates? Or-
he took a school district,
In a public meeting.
what is it, our third largest
So
school?
it's like, so what Vanya said, I think is true.
And he took it
The other
from
piece I
being
would add
one of the most
And I
underperforming
was-
school districts.
I was
And then
told
within
that,
a
it was
decade, turned it
campuses
into,
that
you know,
resisted
an opportunity
CSU.
for people that are really
Then
the
carry
lower end
water.
of the socioeconomic structure to enter colleges. And he did it by really partnering with Long Beach State, with Long Beach City Colleges, and they really developed these partnerships for success. And they went to the families and sat down with the families
I
and
think
said,
it's practical for us to
here's
think about
our guarantee,
the name
and we
change
need your
because of
guarantee.
what-
Now let's work together for your child's success.
Right? You were just, it's on.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Out of the work we did, try to produce excellence based on the last year's symposium. And now, I just got a call. In fact, we're supposed to be there today and
Yes.
be here.
To put the light bulb on.
Bradford is sponsoring a bill
Yes.
to create a
Yes.
seal of excellence for black
Yes.
excellence in the state, for institutions as a whole,
Not an engineer.
who don't just have demographics, but who meet criteria around curriculum.
Yeah, I would love to see us do more of that.
It is all of,
You know, you have a two-week exchange where the teacher and the class comes to
value of
with the
college.
professor and students there. And they actually have a
That's-
joint class together for 2 weeks.
have they stopping.
These are incredible. That then results in some legislation that's going to move forward over the next year. Right. We're in the assembly, and they hear it. They resist.
What I want is that when I became a trustee of the CSU,
CSU, like Mayor Sucre has.
when
If I look at, if I went,
Colorado State,
if I went to Cal State LA
it's those
and
things
said,
drives me
pick
crazy.
five tourist performing high schools
Yeah.
Well,
in your area. And let's jointly get together with those principals.
They're not robust enough.
We're going to have this exchange of educational process. We're going to bring your students to our campus.
Well, the master
We're
plan,
going to spend a couple of weeks.
the master plan put us in the middle.
Whatever it is, whatever. And they're going to see
We have that middle child,
really
how we're treated that way as a middle child.
and you have your
And
professors
so
on
that's
board to help get it done.
is so important.
What would be that impact?
Engineer, at NASA, like what it means, that makes me
Yes.
go to a CSU. Like, how is that right? And when they see that, their legislators see that too. So,
yeah, it's just not, it's not.
Do they work?
And by the way, I'm working on
Assembly or Senate, be a champion for that change, and then Jane would actually
trying to
be that person.
Exactly right.
Or they bolster
Or
Nathan's
that person
intel.
could call on any one of the presidents, depending on what the issue is, if we can get a collective theme every year. So if we're gonna focus on what impact did we make in.
See, I don't want a tour.
What impact did we make in homelessness? What impact did we make in workforce development? Whatever the issue is, you want a champion to be able to do that. And then speaking of Zane, the second idea community,
so we're gonna show
we have good access to the state legislature and the assembly.
It's true.
What drives me crazy is not having access to the governor. The governor but it's almost like he has that dome that's locked on. We have no penetration into the government.
Right.
There's certain things that he wants to
It's
advocate.
a formality. Right. It's not just an experience. I just think something like that on the other side of this whole issue
Say this is
of the value.
not been in the government.
Well, I think that's because it was never a focus. It was never important, and we didn't have anybody in the chancellor's office who was in charge of that.
We don't have access.
Right.
So you can't wait until,
Yes.
particularly some of our student body, ultimate student body, can't wait for them to be a senior before you first start talking. All right? And frankly, in inner city issues, if you haven't started by junior high, you have a chance of losing them to the competitor. The competitor is gangs and drugs. That is straight. That's who you lose them to.
Yes.
And so this is the way that I think we could have bold impact. And frankly, I'd love to walk into Sacramento and say, look at what we've done for these people, and have them. Otherwise, I would be in this gang over here.
Compact, right? This government.
It isn't. It isn't.
all the Silicon Valley people were leaving the state.
We're-
Realize that we're the next level.
What is the response?
All who live in California. So then they go back, we want,
Tried to protect us, and I
say my whole staff I was comes from
100% agree.
there's been some success at the
other thoughts that
We're not in.
Okay.
can add to like value when we're in the building, right? I mean, that can college
and initially,
I want to.
all have a lot of access to one.
And I'm not
Patty.
saying that it doesn't.
Well, she's now a media consultant, but what we are,
What can we do better?
we're hiring
That's a great example of how the
assistant
governor can't
vice
advocate
chancellor of
for a
communications.
compact that
That is
actually
going to be the
positive.
responsibility of
But
that
I'm saying it
person.
doesn't happen frequently enough.
Yes. Well, and a team.
Yeah, and they,
No, it's a lot, but that's communicating, yes.
Okay, so let's break the form of an idea, like allows them to interconnected.
right.
And they love us, right? There's not, what is that? They love us. But we're effective, we're effective when groups of us, in Sacramento, on different issues within the delegation.
Talking about.
That's it.
And they want to.
We don't have.
And they care a lot. They care a lot about their homeless.
And you have to go in there with that really data about.
By the way,
I can programmatically had a conversation with her.
What is the?
They're aware of it.
How would you?
So can I just, I'm
That's
gonna,
very powerful. But aggregate, so when they get together,
that we are one. We're important.
that's
We are one of
that as
kind of like on campus.
the value of education here, not just the value of the college education, but the value of the
happening
first 2
in
years of
aggregate.
instruction. And one other thing I would just
Or one of the shiny moments. Not sitting here listening to our brainstorming, but when you have a really positive shiny.
Because they don't see the ROI. Goes back to.
That's what the governor's elected.
The governor's what?
You know, the other thing back in Sacramento, going all the way back, it's always bothered me. We don't do well. Find,
Well, we can get.
find commonality within our own house. So that we have a single message that goes out. Faculty going to Sacramento with their own message. Students going to Sacramento with their own message. Then we have the system in our campuses going with their message. And in many cases, they are asked what we're being told, because I've been in a meeting where I was back during a meeting with the head of finance, and saying, every time you come here, you come with the message, but you're always so who are we supposed to believe?
Because that's something.
And I wish that we could figure out a way, and I don't think we do it well, would be find a commonality for us for the power of having the students, the faculty, and the system all in there after the same issue.
He said something positive about being the California dream.
Well, we're confused about the time. We're supposed to be done at 11:10.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not supposed to be finished at 11:10. We're going to finish at 11.
You've got, just take a look at the bills that
We have.
and who's behind them. And I mean, you guys, faculty go there, CFA goes there, and it's all about what advantage they can get, and they badmouth the system. That's not the messaging that gets us a lot of advantage. We need to have more commonality in what we say to the legislators. And the students do the same thing.
But there are 6 or 7.
How do we get better? How do we get better collaboration of the particularly those 3 major constituents, so that we can find commonality in our messaging?
And the question is, where are we
Better understanding of campus needs.
with the DC or with Delta in DC? At some point, we need to wrap it.
Well, and to some extent they can, and that's fine. But we ought to talk about it in advance together. Say, hey, we are going to carry this. We're going to go. This is important to us. And we say, okay, we don't really support it, but we understand. That's not how it works. We learn about it. Steve, you learn about it with some legislator.
The Capitol.
And then now all of a sudden we're put in a position to respond.
So what are we doing in relation
Initially, it was this presence for Sacramento. Increased presence, voice, quarterly white papers, strategic coordinated visits, focus on the power of 23.
Okay, so I will talk about the Trustee Advocacy Day. First time ever. That was effective because I have been to the CSU Advocacy Day where everybody split off. Everybody had their own agenda. This was where we were speaking trustees specifically for the CSU. And also hearing it from, as it was said yesterday, we're not hired hands. And that was met with a different level of excitement and engagement by the legislators. Because we all spoke so
here's an idea.
in different ways.
And right now, it's not powerful because it's 3 4 different messages.
And we actually had a number of our legislators.
So it also showed how much labor.
Talk about.
So
This
like,
exact same thing.
commonality.
He said, this is kind of scary, but you're all on the same page. And we said, that's right, we are all on the same page. But we need to kind of.
it took me over a year
I
to
can't
get that.
recall how it happened. Someone organized it. It was made at budget year.
So I saw one,
And
Correct.
it really struck.
And isn't that really
That's
what we
right.
should be doing right now?
you know, there's a lot of talk about, well, you don't get it.
And I agree, there's certain things that we're going to have to agree we
You
disagree.
went to a great school,
You guys are carrying a bill right now to add another trustee.
you know, yeah, you could probably get a great.
Well, it's you guys that are doing it. It's coming from you. And
There,
we're
I don't have that.
looking at that and saying,
And so,
it makes no sense. There's no
that- and
There'll
logical.
always be
that
certain things
kind
that
of
we'll won't
message,
agree
not
on, but the big things, like
top down,
supporting
we are the best, we know what's better for you. It's gotta come from people. And it has to be
yeah,
authentic,
and
not this, you know,
Target specific
Yes.
pedagogy.
We tout the Hispanic service. 21 out of 23 of us are Hispanic.
That's not where you belong. Let us, tell us what your issue is, and we'll resolve the issue. Again, we have to be more time.
Another, but
Can't
another
wait
one
8
of those
years to
projects.
resolve an issue.
But again,
All right, we're on break.
take a break.
Who's reporting out? You are?
while in.
You are?
So Tomas, actually, Millie and I have talked about that because we have neglected
staffers,
these caucuses. And, yes,
The word Latinx, because the young people use the Latinx.
Young people are divided too much.
I'm clear, it's like black folk too, we do the same thing, but I said, one of the things I haven't done, even as I met with Hispanic caucus, and I would love for us to do that. She's like, well, what you said, appreciate it, I know Dr. P, but she was talking about how the caucus is not really disarray and not organized.
I think it's worthwhile.
and if not, then their staff.
Is this the most effective way
But I agree with
to
you.
reach out to people? I just want data tells you a lot.
No, they did not give us the full list. It was those that we visited. And we learned if they were alums and we knew what campuses they were near.
well, as trustee, I figured out is our reputation.
You know who sponsored that? So,
I mean, let's just be honest.
Right, so we're,
alum of my campus, but we can facilitate that kind of meeting, that's easy.
what are we doing? What are we doing
Yeah.
on the positive front?
He did the NIL stuff.
That we believe is effective and worthwhile regarding our residents. I would say one thing is that our chancellor has just met.
I do believe the ASR office does have that
The people I'm.
That's where they need some education.
updated.
They were all
Okay.
driven by their knowledge at the top 10 or 20.
So what's the third one now?
Okay, the value of higher education. So we're going to start with
But from a brand strategy standpoint, from an elected, our government is organized by district.
What else are we doing now?
Okay, that's one thing we've done to enhance our reputation.
Challenges.
Showing herself off and up and. The campuses themselves. I think that she has a period of break, so it's a great time. I think
I just read an article.
Yeah.
Summarized all of his work
I'll throw out just.
40 years
Combating
combating
this, have the trustees.
and they say it's near impossible.
We had our first trustee.
And the one thing you can't do
And inviting them onto
are people
campus?
facts. You have to tell a equally compelling alternative story.
Oh,
I mean, it's not easy with, I don't know if I heard that our football game played Fresno State. I said to my internal team yesterday, coordinating that
On a local level, I would say that
So the president's connect.
Maya Angelou was so right. Right, people may forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. That's exactly
yeah,
right.
I think on a local level.
So there wasn't anything, like, to your point about this is where you should pitch.
Okay, what should we do?
Because as Luke was saying,
Apart from what we've already talked about, there is a lot of overlap.
before we did not, before the pandemic,
Or highlight.
particularly, we did not have to do this.
Talk about that will enhance the reputation.
Hello,
Yeah.
but it wasn't done.
So can we talk about, I think about Sacramento.
Thank you.
Renee Brown has a great quote. Maybe stories or just data we sold. You know how I love that.
I'm good.
And I think that, yeah, because you can have all the data. We should have. People are like data advocates. And to my knowledge, turn it off. So you have to have, and I think that, in other words,
Everything has to have a metric.
you have your data in there.
That we're not innovative, that we're not, that we're not right, that we just.
There's a quantitative and a qualitative.
Yes, they are.
But that's how we're perceived.
But when
An outsider, an outsider.
I don't think anyone.
Maybe some carrots you could sneak.
But is this all of higher ed though?
Okay, so what we're
Oh,
doing now is we
okay.
have a consistent.
I thought it was. Oh, okay.
But that's what Sacramento and a little bit of the states. We're talking about taking on a broader narrative that's impacting all 50 states.
Those perceived obstacles. We perceived, I mean, we're in a big organization, put something out, the organization will always find a way to take an obstacle away. And
You
so
could have
Say some more about that, Andy.
people, so basically you can find
it doesn't start back, which is
because I think, part of it on the website. I was working on about
See, that's an example of what I was mentioning earlier about give them the snapshot.
Wow. I thought it was all of higher ed.
You never finished the program. And as a consequence, what happens? As a functional needs to my degree, I did X. I'm now able to do Y. My family can do something.
We're leading the pack. How about that?
But I think the camp reference is massive.
Use that.
It is to
I wasn't just.
That's because we're risk adverse. We're very risk adverse.
Not a big way everybody go up.
Well, let's problem solve. Because it really is, the easiest thing to say is no. That's the easiest thing, because you don't have to
So my
do any
congresswoman, who I see
additional
all
work
the time,
or thinking.
because I'm just,
There's no risk with
she
no.
said, I don't need to see, I see in San Diego. I said, that's cool, I know that. So it goes back to the point that why not leverage?
Getting to yes.
Getting to yes. And faster.
That's a good
Because
point.
otherwise it'll be legislative.
Emphasize the trajectory. The trajectory of where you
Well, on
can
some big topics.
be. Like you can get a job and start out 40,000, somebody makes $40,000. But they're going to be that same place 10 years from now, and your trajectory is going to be much higher because of the value.
So how do we change that?
It goes back to Andy was saying a minute ago where
I think that's one of our goals.
we can teach, but not as a result of here's what's different than somebody left.
I agree with you. I think that's a good, that's a big idea. So how.
Generational.
Yeah.
So, and I think we do. We have great stories, but we're.
They don't care about that.
You have somatic.
Yes.
Well, strategy. Events.
So there's,
I don't think.
facilities.
Oh, the fire marshal.
And deferred maintenance.
Parents.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you, white upper middle class kids.
Well,
Just spitball. We bring it, and they put it there is,
So can I just ask,
I'm going for us to education that what's going on, right? Everybody.
Going on.
Yes.
Most relevant time, right? I can't most of that.
well, I think we have to date 120,000 graduates here. It doesn't mean we're winning hearts with them. That's the job. We know that when
What I fear is graduate or create this big family event, and I have to pay, $30,000 toward it. Right. So what would we? The upward mobility range. She said, I'm sorry. Right? Something in our community, because we all look good, that this event takes place in East Bay, or that this event is, how this
Great.
around us.
Oh, it's
Absolutely.
You found it.
Yeah. Well, so a bear is mid-sized bench.
That's a great idea. I like that idea.
Open house. Long Beach.
Open house.
But he went back, got his, and the other narrative
That's all
is just,
MAGA's
is
about.
undermining the whole thing, so that low-income kids don't go, but they send their own children to Penn. Same institution that they have railed against. They're dying to get their kids into Harvard.
And so I asked,
Oh, no, we're going to have to prioritize.
think that we actually put it in. She's like, oh, no, not really.
You know what? Customize.
Right.
So, going back to better,
Big idea.
yeah, so we got 10 minutes. Better is, we can't, I love the whole,
Right.
it's sold. We've got the data, but we're not capturing the heart, meaning we're not capturing their feelings.
We're not capturing the feeling. We
We've
don't.
got to focus.
We have to.
Yes.
We have to reshape the narrative to be beyond metrics. And then talk about value. The soul. Put the soul in.
I like that word, inertia, because it's,
Whenever we've gotten this
yeah.
I was so depressed when I read these studies, and they go back 50 years.
And the
I think that's a great idea, roundtable.
remember one of my favorite movies I used to watch was the movie American President with Michael Douglas.
Yep.
People were screaming at him when he was wanting to be passive and not out there.
Right.
And they said, but your opponents
Those
only
address
talking.
all of the issues
Everybody
that
else
we
is
have.
talking about is doing the talking about devaluing higher education. We claim to want to be the big kids on the block, but a big kid on the block would not hurt that
They're
kid.
endless, yeah.
Look how many people graduate. We are not defining and framing the discourse, which is where the power exists. That's what we were talking about earlier about the white group, right?
Some of the things we talked about. And it wouldn't necessarily be just not hard. So one.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll send her child. But can I just say something about what Sally Amber?
The value of a college degree, I think,
Part of her child, so yeah, we're doing one. She doesn't think she's
Aaron pointed out they looked at it.
They gotta fight each of our backyards.
Right.
We got 23
I had to,
backyards.
Yeah, more defining.
The presentation of the last board meeting. But I'm glad I've seen it 4 times. And I think I'm gonna see it, because every time I see it,
Right.
but we're gonna have to.
right.
I know. So anyway,
But I think we have to do it both. Well, we will never be able to beat Fox News because guess what? We don't
And I think mentioned the local
dissemble. No, so we have to do.
Okay, but
Phyllis last
so is this like you were from the big guys?
Phyllis said it.
On reduction at the local level, for reduction. So we have 4 big ideas.
It should be a piece of paper. Yes.
We raise our daughters, we love our sons.
Increase.
So one thing that I was surprised to hear.
That is not my lived experience.
As
In
always,
the black community, There's a
people
saying that says
spoke
we raise
on
our daughters and we love our sons.
quarterly basis of best practices.
School ends at 2:30.
And I learned that that
Daughter
doesn't
better be
happen,
home before 3.
depending on like
In
what,
homework, in whatever. Young brother may get home.
I was really shocked by that.
Saturday morning, daughter's doing chores.
I mean, pick a theme,
Son's out looking for play.
advancement.
Saturday,
I,
Sunday, daughter's in church with son on the couch with dad watching football.
the grad initiative, I know that they did.
We raise our daughters and love our sons, but we don't hold our sons.
I understand that. So everybody's
Biden met 100 black students. 80 of them will be women. 80 of them will be women. 20 will be women.
Very top down. Here is 7, I'm done. Give me my hand.
Say you're welcome. Say you're welcome.
Yes.
Yeah, but no. Says the woman who doesn't have to report out. So now I have to report out. I got 5 minutes. My thought is I will pick one or two.
Oh, hearing on.
I know.
Yeah, the hearing on.
One good thing, one really.
Legislative hearings on
And
change.
just do the whole thing.
Okay, put or could be. That's good.
Oh, and yeah, good luck.
Yeah, either one.
I'm not gonna, I write like someone who failed out of Catholic school. That is how I write.
What did you say? I write like a what? What did you say, bro?
I was
A
a-
serial.
I wasn't
Of
gonna-
all the images, I'm like, how does serial killer jump up?
Okay, with that, yes.
And small groups and so.
We ended very strong.
Bathroom break?
All right.
That was
Thank you for the message.
Yeah.
Somebody's writing a,
Yes, everybody. We had robust discussion.
That's so true.
How much time do we have?
Yes.
Oh, now.
Yes. Actually, we were just talking about
Well, I
that.
need to wash my hands. Are we done? Okay.
Oh, boy.
they can fire you.
I mean,
Oh, yes.
because what you know what they hear? They hear is the student who gets a different SQA can F you and you take your classes.
Yeah. So that's hand in hand almost with putting start forward.
We've been done for 20 minutes. You said
You're a great leader.
you limited it. It's only 2. Some of these people are writing term papers. We did 2. We followed directions. I'll bet.
Hey, there you go. There you go. Did you get this business? Video first. Then go to open forum.
Promoting the value of a college degree, for example. How do we draw?
Hello, everyone. I wanted to just remind you, everybody's moving along pretty well, so we want to try to finish up around 11 or a little after. And if you need a break, please take a break. We'll wait for you because we want everybody in the room when we have our small groups reporting out starting around 11:10. Okay? Thank you.
All sorts of good things to eat.
I think so. But I want to put that as one of our, that, want to.
I got slapped, so I'm not talking to you anymore. I got slapped.
I told him, I said, I'm just going to come over and take a minute to needle Adams. That's, you know.
See ours?
Oh, okay, well, you guys did a great
Huh?
job.
We did it, right? Look at that.
That's
Huh?
a good hour and a half worth of
That's
work.
right.
Terrific.
On a campaign for the value of college.
House more undocumented.
Any other, and then we can break, any other big, any big ideas on any of the fronts before we stop?
Yes, but here's, I think we should talk a little bit to make sure we capture on the reputation. So we suggested we do something more with the issue. But really what we were talking about substantive was the reputation piece.
And not a generic.
So I want to make sure what I have, that brands and You just, like, I scroll past,
Put it aside.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, great job, team. Thank you to our leaders. Thank you. It was. I'm on the money.
We're dealing with this surreal thing that we're doing.
Great idea. That's an idea.
And of course, and for me, when this happens, I'm like, well, there's certainly a way where, half of our commerce in the state that's providing us food.
Be digested by Greg's, by a group. I don't know. Bold idea. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
So do we stay here in this table to share out?
We go back to our. And Soraya, thank you. You had the hardest job.
The other people's ideas.
I have to say, by the way, if what we accomplish from a brand thing is just everybody knows that 1 out of 10 and 1 out of 20 people in this country. If we can just get people to know those 2 things, we've already won. So let's keep it really simple.
And I think we have to move past straight budget advocacy, and we all have to know it is about every conversation, every caucus, every opportunity, and how we can, be allies.
ATS faster and create a culture of innovation. Going on a one transactional budget moment is not going to get the budget. So
Those are themes.
I think that's
So how is that going to shift what we're doing with our legislature?
Do you know how much we tell legislatures no? Do you know how many hearings and things we have? Where we're coming and talking.
Oh, that's the
No, it's true though. I think we could be more strategic.
This mic is on.
Right? Like when you think about in hearings, oftentimes it's coming from a deficit place. I think we can come more proactively, get strategic. It's back to the stories. Structurally, we're starting from behind. Sir. That's a great point. Okay, tell me what you want.
Well, I'm thinking how do we put this in a way that's actionable? And maybe it is
Build stronger intentional relationships.
Well, but again, teaching that's, well,
I think we need to indicate what
I'm sorry, we're being what?
I like that.
This conversation's a public conversation.
What we want, what our goal is, and then we work back.
That's the answer to all questions.
Yes, it is. That's it.
Who's presenting? You all are presenting, right?
I'm
not presenting.
Proactive.
Yay!
Yes.
I can lay it out for you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Gone through a period of reaction.
I second. But I think even now, with graduation reimagined, right? As we look around and renew within this year, what are the strategic messages we need the state, whatever the audience to know?
Outcomes and messages.
I think so. I think that's good.
I have the worst pen.
Okay, this is good. Okay, so you're going to pay attention to the caucuses, and we're going to indicate our strategic outcomes. Yeah? I think that's great.
There's no bonus points for
And
it.
presumably, this will link to the trustees' strategic plan and our brand strategy.
You need to put that in there. You have to,
Yeah, well,
yes.
if it's not in the strategic plan, we're not doing it. I mean, those
Yes.
are things that I say to my campus. If it's not
Right.
a strategic plan, we're not doing it. If you can't connect to the strategic plan, then it's not doable.
Right.
We aren't going to do it. So usually what I say to my leadership team is, now that we've agreed to this, please don't come back and tell me we need to buy an airplane. Or that we're going to start a dental school.
Yes.
Because we don't have either.
That's right.
So don't come back.
We're going to
please.
stay focused.
We're going to
Yes.
stay focused on
I
this,
think
and
that's
that
great.
usually
Perfect.
gives a good visual
Yes.
for the team about.
Right. This is our framework.
Great.
Okay.
Okay. Great job. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Fabulous.
Yes. Awesome.
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
And you all
Fabulous.
can chime in. I mean, we can co-present.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the two of you should do that.
Okay. All right, Tomas and
Anna, thank
anything
you.
else to add? I think we hit on your very key point, Anna, about alumni and how you're having to mind them yourselves, and we're trying to get up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great job, Cynthia.
Thanks for reminding us.
I'm gonna take this. Yeah. Sorry. How did it play?
Sorry. Oh, no, that's not you. I just have to make sure I carry this. Okay.
resume. So just settle down a bit. Justin, are you ready? So welcome back, everyone. I don't know about the rest of your groups, but our group was fantastic. So I'm going to turn it back to President Jeff Armstrong. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Fong. Thank you all for the great work. It was fun to go around, very instructional to go around and hear the activity and great ideas. So here's what we'd like to do. I'm going to ask you to report at random. I would like for you to focus on the big ideas, the goals for each of the 3 sections. If you need to share some context, that's okay, but we want to take 5 to 6 or 7 minutes per group to report. Then we'll take a break and come back and have a larger group discussion. Vice Chancellor Sachs and the team will take all of the notes, everything, put it together so the leadership can review it and eventually come back to us. Okay? Any questions? So we're going to start with Trustee Rodriguez.
Right? So Team 6 all the way. Wow, such incredible discussion. Thank you so much to the team members. Everybody just really contributed it so greatly to our big ideas, which is where I'm going to start with. So there's a few things that I would say are things that could lead us also to the big ideas. I'll start with those. One of them is this idea of needing an analysis of what our reputation is on a state and national level. I think we have some anecdotals. I think we actually have some subjective information on it, what we've heard, but it literally would be good to see the actual data. So thank you, team, for bringing up with that idea. The other one is, just making sure that we're leveraging relationships with our community colleges. I know that there is some intense work there with the community colleges, especially with them being their own entities and their own districts in the state, and being able to leverage that because they have such a nimbleness, which was the terminology that we use, and it's just, it's very real. They have a lot more freedom on what they can do. One of the things that we thought about is we have these relationships with the leaders of the districts. Do we have relationships with their BOTs? And maybe that's an opportunity for us as I'm talking to our trustees in the room, if we have relationships too with their BOTs, that could be potential relationships that we could leverage. So this, another big idea is, in addition to the advocacy days that we do, this idea is to have thematic strategies for advocacy in small groups. So really kind of targeting and like my group said, in stealth mode, right? So we're targeting these, potentially it's even different legislators, because we all know that different legislators have different issues that are top of mind for them. So how are we making sure that we're doing some target advocacy? Then another idea is holding convenings on these themes, hint, hint, nursing, on our local campuses and our institutions. So not necessarily going to or being called to hearings, because we know that we have hearings all the time on these really important topics, but how incredible it would be to have them come to our campuses or our campuses on these topics. So really neat idea there. Open house, CSU open house on our campuses, each individual campus to have a CSU open house in December. Like Erica said, I mean, what a great idea, right? Even before the budget is released in January, even before all of the bills are introduced, have them on our campus in December for their electeds, for the staffers, but making sure that it's such a welcoming environment for them to come on our campuses. So I absolutely love that. Also, another data point that is so needed is how do we customize data for impact on a local level? And this was something that we discussed quite a bit, is that when we're talking to electeds who are very much connected to their districts and how issues impact their districts, their constituencies, the economic impact, the jobs that are available, how do we customize that data so that we let them know, each member, this is how your district's gonna be impacted? So that was also such an incredible idea. And then we really feel strongly about all these amazing things that we're doing, but we need to be better at telling the story. And how are we using social media to be able to do that and to target our market and to really share with our stakeholders the awesome work that we're doing across the state. And with that, Team 6, woohoo!
Off to a great start. Next, we'll have President Teniente Matson.
Co-presenting with me. She has
Perfect.
a picture. All right. Hello, good morning. We had several themes that I want to start with, and then we'll go through the big ideas. From our conversations, what cut across all three of the columns was leveraging the power of the system, leveraging our innovation, meaning creating a culture of innovation, controlling the narrative, controlling what we say about each other on our campus system, a culture shift in the CSU, and the inertia, overcoming the inertia of the system as we think about some of the suggestions we've made, and getting to yes faster. So our big ideas, starting around the value of a college degree, I'm going to turn to Dulcie here so we can talk together about needing a push strategy system-wide. Want to talk about that?
Sure.
Well, we both.
Yes, this
can't read
actually
that far.
was a great idea of Mike Lee, really talking about an intentional system-wide strategy that intentionally thinking about the myriad of audiences with multiple modalities, but also understanding he used the medical industry as an example, that really pushing out the commercials, but then doing a different type of approach with the hospitals and the pharmacies and various entities, that we really need to think in a multi-layered approach. And really working with national media on affordability, value, impact, differentiating us from different systems, and tell the individual stories within our system.
The second big idea is the system-wide conference. That's the right one, right? And what we talked about here was bringing our people together from TRIO, from pre-college programs, our admissions departments, those that are actually out in the field, talking to high school students, junior high school students, middle schoolers, and helping to understand and educate on the value of a college degree, but also creating the best practices for our narratives that we're sharing across the system. Okay.
And lastly, we cheated. We did more than two. The one thing that came up yesterday with the Board of Trustees, but also today, was really thinking about our open comments in our Board of Trustees meeting and being more strategic with them, because often folks talk about that it really is a plethora of negative commentary. And that's how we start our meetings every time. That really one of the members of our group said we can be more intentional and strategic about also positioning people to do those open comments so we hear positive stories even before the videos that we do each session.
Okay, next we're going to talk about reputation. And this was similar to what Group 5 had presented in terms of the real need for a brand strategy, a brand and media consultant strategy to help us identify what is and who are the CSU, really clarifying our identity from a position of strength and not being afraid to tell our stories. And we need this both centrally at a regionally, which is what we do, but also nationally to push that out. And a real brand strategy with the message, the metrics, and the audience modalities. Like Team 5 mentioned something about around social media. We also talked significantly about all of the presence that we have across our media, and social media, and the fact that many of our campuses have individuals in the comms departments that are responsible for pitching stories, but it's not always as coordinated as it could be, certainly across the system, but sometimes even on our own campuses. The other big idea we talked about here was what I call awakening the sleeping giant, and that is prioritizing our alumni engagement and really being intentional about telling people who our alumni are and ourselves getting to know our alumni in a way that we can reactivate and re-engage them more proactively.
Yeah, and I think on the alumni, we really think that we need to do a deep dive with understanding who our alumni are. And it was really fun because, I don't know, Mike Lee must know every one of them because he kept telling us all the different alums that we have and where they were connected. We were like, no way, no way. And even another member talked about someone who on Netflix and the connection that we just have a plethora of alum that are, and as we said in our group, waiting to be called to tell our story.
Yep. Okay, I think we got those. And the next one is around what we're doing in Sacramento. And one of the things we talked about is the need to pay attention to the caucuses. We have a lot of CSU alums in specialized caucuses, but we have not orchestrated an approach to who they all are and how we show up with those caucuses and being able to leverage that. So the other was our way as an institution in alignment with the CSU strategic plan to approach our legislative body with our strategic outcomes and our strategic messages. So irrespective of what the question is or what we're being called on, that we're referring back to our strategic outcomes and what we intend to earn that year or work with in our collective legislative bodies. Did we get all that?
I think so. The one thing that our colleagues talked about is that we need to know who our reputation, what our reputation is. And I think we were identifying things that we're concerned about, our reputation and what it is, that we actually said some of the things we're worried about, we feel are true. And if we're really going to address, like getting to, like a lot of times saying no, that we're focused on compliance, right? That we need to move, if we're going to be innovative and create a culture of innovation, we need to move beyond no and figure out how to get to how and yes faster. And so we talked about the importance of also creating a culture of innovation.
Yeah, which were one of our themes. The getting to yes faster was pretty critical. We spent quite a bit of time talking about that. Okay, I think that's it for us.
Dynamic duo. Okay, next, Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Group 2.
Group 2.
The mighty Group 2.
Group 4 on deck.
Well, I know that Yami's group, I don't know what group number you are, thought you're best, but, you know, it's different to think and know that you're best. You know, I think the brilliance of these questions was that they merged together a little. So some of this, I might not sort it out exactly, but we did start out talking about Sacramento, and some of the ideas of things we're doing well were that some of the universities are, you know, have, I know Fresno, Saul mentioned that he has a great relationship with his business community, a group that he brings every time he goes to Sacramento. And we really feel that, you know, the fact that our chancellor has been there 20 days in the last month is a positive sign in terms of what we're doing well as that we've had our advocacy day, and but in terms of getting to the ideas there, we definitely felt there needed to be better coordination between the central office and the universities, that sometimes it's not helpful necessarily if each campus goes even and is talking about the same thing in a way that doesn't acknowledge that legislators might have heard the same thing from another office 3 weeks earlier. So we need not only centralized messages, but a coordinated approach so we don't sound like blah, blah, blah. You know, how do we move legislators? And we talked about that the more we establish personal relationships, and one example that was brought up was Wenda's, you know, the fact that she had lived in Sacramento and brought that up in a meeting, and that led to a much more engaged group of legislators. So how do we tap into those commonalities when we walk into a room so that we wake people up and, you know, get them out of their, you know, their usual, to see us as human beings and the work we do as human beings. We talked about how important it is that when we're there, we can emphasize the ways in which we've been good stewards of funds, because we know that our mistakes get, you know, highlighted. So how can we amplify what we're doing really well to help establish trust, focus more on our applied research and the results that we've had? We could use more impact analysis and bring that into the room when we go in and talk with legislators. And again, the one thing we talked about is how many regions are not covered by any of the CSU. How many legislators who still have votes none of our presidents have relationships with. So how, again, our central office can look out and help facilitate those relationships that basically none of the trustees or presidents might currently have. And we also talked about tweaking our advocacy message so that what can replace enrollment? We know enrollment isn't the number one thing we're going to want to be necessarily bragging about. So how could we talk about our relevancy to the workforce, our applied research, our graduation rates, all the things that we really want to highlight, you know, sort of a renewed approach to what we're going to be highlighting. And moving on to the value of a college degree, we talked about having a campaign, right, that really highlights our students. So what's our version of, you know, the Army's Be All You Can Be that got, you know, millions of young people to fantasize about a great world out there that they were missing out on? What is our version of that? How do we highlight our young alumni in that ad campaign that's going to be social media, that could be, you know, a multimedia approach to talk about, again, maybe what their background is, and then, you know, cut to the shot of them as a high-level nurse in an operating room, or, you know, however we want to utilize that. We could also utilize our employers to talk about their reliance on CSU graduates. But what would that campaign look like, and maybe even how do we use influencers as a part of that campaign, that we meet students where they're at and put faces out there that will attract them to the CSU. And we also talked about how we might highlight our star faculty in, you know, in this broader reaching campaign. So when we talk about the value of an education, we also want to think about it in terms of what's the value to our students and families, and also what's the value of the CSU to society. So it's both ways, and we want to highlight those, and we need access to data to make us more powerful communicators. And one other thing that I wanted to highlight in terms of reputation that our group talked a lot about is carving out a space for the CSU, right? Because right now we tend to get smushed between the UC on the one hand and the community colleges on the other. Where are we in that picture? How do we carve out this big heart in the middle that is the CSU? What do those parameters look like? What do we stand for? And we talked about, again, as a part of that reputational campaign, how do we paint a world of what would this state be like without a CSU? And start to fill in, so that's the negative space. And then on the positive space, what are we and what do we want to be? And we even talked about one national forum that we might host and be known for. That's not just about, one of our goals, like one of our important goals, like we host forums now, but like something that deals with climate or mental health, that we become the crucial focus point for a CSU-focused event that we might host. We started to talk about what would those tent posts look like as we carve out not just a national reputation, which we do have, but something that people could talk about what we are. How do we start to fill it in? That's group 2 and just the highlights. You could see us over there if you have further questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next we have Group 4, President Mahoney.
Just for the record, the competitive nature of this is making me very uneasy. I just want to be on the record about it.
You're bringing that San Francisco State collaborative spirit to it. Like any, first of all, a lot of the conversation we had echoed what we've already heard today, so I'll try to hit what I think either affirms some key points or is new. Like any group of folks involved in the academy, everyone wanted to get to right away to what we do wrong. So I want to just pause for a second and give a couple of shout outs about the things we identified that we think are actually going well. And one is our increased visibility. We are, and it's not just the Chancellor's office, but each of the campuses. Many of us follow each other on social media, and we are much. I'm looking at Cynthia because she is all over social media. We're much more visible, I think, than we were just a few years ago. The focus on student stories and voices, right? We see that at the board meetings when we have a student speak, our room gets quiet. And so that focus, I think, has been very powerful. And the presence in Sacramento, and we've already given a shout out to the Chancellor, that's remarkable. And again, if we added up all the visits in the room, it's a continuous presence. The excellent relationships we all have with our local elected representatives, both in terms of going to see them and then having them on campus. You'll hear that 23 times, right? 24 times with the Chancellor's office. Consistent messaging about graduation rates. Everybody knows what GI 2025 is. That wasn't true a decade ago. Better access to data and the focus on social mobility. So there are a lot of positives as we surveyed the terrain. And I'll just highlight our six bold ideas. And some of this has been said. I know one group talked about an annual issue. We talked about a focus on community impact. How has the CSU strengthened the communities in which they are located and the state within which they are located? And the focus could be on a key issue, an annual issue. President Barham talked about Los Angeles and health inequities and what Dominguez Hills is doing there. And then I think of the rest of the LA basin. It's quite a story. Continued improvement in marketing, and we've heard, I think, this a lot, coordinated, integrated, targeted by segment, by audience, and around all of that, create a strategic marketing campaign that leverages the power of the 23. I heard someone else say that before, and leverages emerging technologies and platforms. We all recognize that we are always catching up. When we talk to young people, for example, about using Instagram, it's worse if we say Facebook, but we're always kind of catching up. So leveraging the newest tech, although we need Facebook to reach their parents, because that's where their parents are. And their parents will soon be on Instagram, but they're on something else. So we have to be on all of them. And then a regular high-level presence, and this could be Sacramento as well as the federal government. There was a lot of talk about need for a better federal advocacy, and I know the Chancellor brings a lot of thoughts about this, but regular and high-level presence, quarterly white papers, get our vision of something out there, and regular, not just when it's an issue that everyone says is a CSU issue. Make other issues a CSU issue. And then strategic coordinated visits. Nathan came by our group and talked about how it would be nice to organize these things so that they're kind of consistently impactful. And that would be with elected representatives, agencies, caucuses, you name it, right? And but have it leveraged. And by the same token, the same way coming to campus, Nathan wants us all to send him, did you say 3? 3 big events that we will be having next year on our campus that he might want to actually create kind of a, I'm really putting words in your mouth, you didn't volunteer for all this, but a coordinated campaign of visits around. And then better lobbying and identifying Senate and Assembly, and again, this could be federal or local, champions for us who can echo the message that we're bringing up. And then, of course, and this has been said repeatedly, we need to define and drive the narrative about higher education, because we're not. We're kind of chasing it. And we agreed, as much as I love data, data's not going to do this. It is not going to win the hearts and minds. President Parham and Lillian, Chancellor Kimball, spoke about both of this quite eloquently. And Lillian kind of summed it up with, a good story is data with soul. And it's about soul and hearts and emotions. And then finally, Andy brought this up, and I thought it was a really good question. Why do grad rates matter? We talk about it all the time. We're improving them all the time. But why do they matter? And we talked about focusing, and again, not just on data, but somehow telling the story, hearts and soul of what happens after, the trajectory of gain that an individual gets or a community gets from the collective number of degrees, and generational change. Someone talked about using imagery of different generations who've been impacted. And I think that was what we did.
The good story is data with heart and soul. That's pretty good. So next we have group number 1, President Eanes.
I don't want to trigger anybody, but my group is the best group ever. So I'm just saying. All right, so I don't want to repeat anything that anybody, right? Yep. Yes, we are. Okay. I don't want to repeat anything. We have very similar themes. We did go through each question. We talked a little bit about what was working. I think that our group felt really good about Sacramento from the standpoint that we had a clear message, organized, felt good, right? And they wanted to highlight that about what would happen this year. They wanted to say that, who speaks when we're in those spaces and what they speak about and what their expertise could be even more strategic. And we talked about that at length. We talked about our bold idea being decoupling and looking at the funding model and being bold about talking about the difference in us and the UC. We have a certain budget-minded person on my group that feels very passionate about that. I won't say his name, Steve. Anyway. So we had some conversations about narrative shift as it relates to when we are in Sacramento, and we're really, really proud and excited that the chancellor's had the presence and that we're going to continue to be aggressive and energetic, and also highlight the student voices. They want to hear the students. And so how you prepare the students and how you support the students when you're in any of these spaces is very important. Moving on, we talked a little bit about reputation and this idea that we assume everybody knows what social mobility means, and that's become a very interesting, to the point where people just glass over. We all know it, right? But what are we doing to educate people about what does that really mean? And do we meet people in their communication space around social mobility? So talking to a room of educators versus a group of students versus a group of industry people in certain industries, you have to tailor-make the message about social mobility so that they hear it and then they buy into it. So we talked about that a little bit. The use of TV, some of my group members feel very competitive, sorry about that, trustee, about the fact that there are people on TV that should be us. There are people marketing their message on TV, and they feel strongly about that. I don't know. I'm not going to. So anyway, then there was about conversation about consistent messaging. We are a large organization, thus we are not as nimble, and we don't move as fast, right? So back to the message that somebody said that we're always catching up because we're just so large and lumber, we don't move as fast. Campus versus system. When you talk about your reputation, how do you perpetuate an ongoing conversation of making your campus reputation healthy and strong and the university system reputation healthy and strong at the same time. And why are we not paying influencers to influence? Right? That's one of the bold ideas. Value, we need graphics that we can send out to the world and show that we have a low or no debt metric that we are trying to share with everyone. Make sure that we're emphasizing the return on the investment, and we have to invest in our relationship with families in K through 12 in a more aggressive and provocative manner. We cannot wait until they are in senior year of high school. Message, messenger, and system of delivery. We would like for the message to be looked at, the messengers to be looked at, and the system of delivery. And group number 1 is the best. Here we go.
Well, I think group 3 is going to say that we saved the best for last. But I'm going to let President Yao make that statement. I'm just assuming you'll say that.
Trustee Adamson, I wasn't waiting for that. All right, so we are Group 3, and I was thrilled when I saw our team, because I saw us and I automatically thought, this is the varsity team here amongst this group. So we were pretty excited about that. But we started out our discussion focusing on reputation. And obviously, there was a lot of overlap and alignment with the value of higher education. So we spent a lot of our time here. But the context of our bold idea, so to speak, really focused on, hang on a second, let me pull up my notes here. The focus of our bold idea really revolved around how do we change the paradigm and reframe the narrative about the value of higher education and return on investment, because currently we feel like the CSU doesn't necessarily fit into this current narrative. The primary focus really is grounded in the elites and flagships. And I think the EAB presentation really demonstrated that coming out of the pandemic. And you think about US News rankings and such, it's really grounded in selectivity. So we thought about, is there a way we could collaborate perhaps with some prominent publications, maybe something like the Atlantic or similar publication, to develop a new type of college ranking of sorts to help us be more proactive on this paradigm and this paradigm shift. And the rankings could focus obviously on economic mobility, but also the impact on personal professional development through our academic excellence and high impact practices, especially for first generation college students, minoritized groups who have historically not accessed these practices. In a lot of universities, they don't get these opportunities for undergraduate research, community-based research, these types of things at the undergraduate level. So can we include this type of work in a new rankings of sorts, focusing on other types of outcomes such as community engagement, other types of postgraduate outcomes on a broad array of measures, health and wellness, and obviously including cost and value. And also, I think this is important for us, including access and opportunity as important components of return on investment. I don't think we see that right now in how we define return on investment. And relatedly, we had talked about, for lack of a better term, I apologize, but a war room of sorts at the system level to facilitate this proactive work and proactive in getting the positive messaging out, very similar to what a lot of our colleagues here have mentioned, but also thinking about how do we conceptualize our use of media. I think many of us here, myself included, still, maybe adhere to old antiquated thoughts of what the media is and what media outlets look like and how do we engage a much broader audience. And in terms of Sacramento, interestingly enough, related to our colleagues in Group 1, the overarching concepts, and this came up at a previous board meeting, and you think about the UCs and community colleges. UCs have, I don't even know, its own constitutional entity or whatever. The community colleges somehow have combined with K-12, ensuring that they get a cut of the budget percentage off the top, no matter what the budget scenario is like. They get a cut of that incremental budget coming in, but somehow the CSU is still considered discretionary. So in alignment with Group 1, how do we develop some type of strategy to address this inherent structural deficit within the state system. We don't know the answers, but we need to start exploring that. And the other idea, and I've heard this amongst other groups as well, like trustee assignments for campuses. We kind of waffled on this one because I was thinking about my own campus and how some of our strongest advocates are not even in our region, right? So how do we develop strategies to ensure that, trustees can be advocates for all campuses, but leveraging this collective effort? So that is it for Group 6. Thank you so much.
Let's give everybody a big round of applause. There's so many really cool themes, but I think we'd all agree, and I know we touched on this in our committee work, that once we get this strategy led by the vision of our chancellor, our board chair, we have to stick with it. And it can't just be one strategy for good times and one strategy for bad times. We've got to stick with it. So lots of really great ideas. So now we want to put our question up, and we're going to move into large group discussion. So the rules of the road will be just turn your name tag upright, and I will work hard. Greg and Danielle are going to help, and we'll make sure we get to you in order. But this question is, what will be different? What should be different in 5 years in each of these domains as a result of these bold ideas? What difference are we trying to make? So the committee, again, I want to thank our trustees and our presidents, our support staff, Vice Chancellor Sachs, everybody who helped move this along. But now we're all together, and we want to hear from you. So who wants to go first?
I think for me, fundamentally, is really forging a space that is our own. And that space implies owning the contributions that we provide to the state on the one hand, and it also implies securing funding for the CSU. If we have a space, then after that, what we do is we intentionally and constantly message our value to the state and to ourselves as well. Oftentimes, we don't message to ourselves what we are worth.
Yes.
One of the things.
I think it would be good for those that are listening is if you announce your name when you start,
Okay.
then everyone will know. So
Adela,
please model.
Adela, President of San Diego State. I just want to highlight something that was thematic in our group, which was nimbleness. I would say that in 5 years, when we speak about responsiveness, it's kind of like the world of AI. AI has accelerated in such a way that we all know that we're going to have to incorporate that in everything we do. And that also means that in 5 years, when we deal with issues, the processes that will be developed will also have to be incredibly nimble if we want to maintain our reputational place in higher education. So I would say my expectation in 5 years, and this is an intersection of just of the reality of technology today. There will be no excuse to delay responses 5 years from now, largely because technology will change how we do it.
Thomas?
For me, what would be different in 5 years is the ideas that come out of the CSU through those white papers would be used as blueprints for the rest of higher education to frame the narratives and the discourse about issues that are critical. And secondly, in 5 years, I would love the community that we serve across the state and the nation to be able to articulate why what we do in the CSU has elevated the quality of life in their communities and in their lives.
Trustee Vargas?
I think in 5 years, the news media can't have any conversation about higher education without calling the chancellor of the CSU and getting a quote from her. Right? Like, it's just automatic. It's Meet the Press. It's a national brand. It's a national brand that's becomes so cemented in the psyche of journalists covering not only the present but the future of higher education. And back to what you were saying, is the white papers. Like, I thought, like, yesterday when we got the Advancing Black Student Success in the CSU updated paper, I must have texted it to like 10 journalist friends, all of whom are Black, saying, look at what we're doing here, right? And they're like, oh, you're doing that? Like, what does that look like? I'm like, let me connect you to the comms people and they'll figure that out, right? Like, it totally has impact for the rest of the country. And how they should be behaving, and what they can be doing.
President Coley.
I think on top of all the things that we've identified is in 5 years that we have the infrastructure to operationalize these strategies. Broader set of skills, strategies, both nationally and statewide. And so it is going to, I think, require a very introspective look at the infrastructure to achieve these things.
Saul? No. Okay.
I was just saying that that's group 2 at work.
Okay. Okay, Luke?
Yeah, so I would just actually echo what Soraya said, is that it really is important that we have the infrastructure to do this. So in 5 years, I would love to see our state government relations office even further staffed so that we can have a listing of everybody in the state who's an elected official, who is a CSU alum. We can have intentional efforts around how we're cultivating them to do, at the local level, earmarks for the CSU, at the state level, policy that's going to be more beneficial for us. So I think it really is going to be us doing that, because if we look at the community college system, they have a trustee group at every single district, right? I think 76 districts. And so the amount of people that they can engage, plus their government relations, looks very different than we do. So not only do the community colleges hand it to us, but the UCs hand it to us as well, because obviously their power is even more. So I think if we really want to be adept in that space, we have to build our capacity there.
I think to add on that, we know the community college perspective has been alluded to earlier, Prop 96, and also the ability to bond locally in the 98. Thank you. I'm lucky I got close. But also the ability to bond with that community support and infrastructure.
Yeah, because saying a tax measure does not do the same thing.
Exactly.
It's doable, but hard.
Mike Lee.
I would like to see in 5 years that we actually have executed a marketing campaign that utilize the power that we have in number, in reach, in access, and be able to have a consistent message across all CSU campuses targeted the students, the parents, the citizens, the legislators, and everybody. So we all speak the same language and become a very, very powerful tool that every one of us in CSU can utilize to drive the point.
Cynthia, yes.
This is related to some of what we've been talking about. Jeff, it wasn't exactly the question that you asked, but in 5 years, I think the regional and statewide strategy that we're talking about at the national level is also has great presence in our federal relations. And our CSU being seen as national experts in all kinds of congressional testimony or Senate hearings, where we're recognized for the expertise that we have on our campuses at the national level.
During our visits last week, I certainly won't name the representative we were talking about, agriculture and the non-land grant in the Farm Bill, and the response was, that's not nearly enough. Look for more. Sylvia.
Thank you. I'd like us to have figured out how we will deliver on what I refer to as the 4 M's: the key message, the messenger, the mode of communication, and the metrics that we will use to track our success. And I also think that we need to think about how do we upskill our teams to make sure that they are in alignment with a framework or a way in which we deliver on these M's. And I also hope that in 5 years, we will be very comfortable thinking about augmented reality, ChatGPT, and other devices as our friend, how we can leverage that technology to shape our messages and target them for diverse audiences.
Vanya?
So I think some things we haven't talked about is the emerging and Hispanic serving institution and how, you know, we are the future middle class productions. We produce middle class right now, but, you know, that aspect of economic development, of diversity included, not only Hispanic, but we graduate more Black students, more Asian students. So, you know, the label Hispanic make us think that we only serve one group, but we serve many. So I think California, because of us, have the burden, but also the pleasure of being a Hispanic serving institution, CSU. I also want to angle that onto national versus regional, and I know my group is going to say, okay, but whatever. I find it that the title of the column 1 was Sacramento and not Sacramento and federal government. And it strikes to me that we are not a national, not a regional, but also national institution. And we have to ensure that our efforts are not just aimed for Sacramento, but aimed for the federal government, where we can get a lot of earmarks and other aspects and be in the table. Saul and I went to talk to USDA, the Secretary of USDA. California was in the table. We were the one representing agriculture that day. So I think that, and I'm going to be very open, like I'm always am, like we're kind of sleeping on the federal government and not working the way that we should. So I just really, coming from Washington last week, I just want to reemphasize that. So in 5 years, we correct this only thinking about Sacramento and moving Sacramento and federal. I think the network that we have is strong, and the alumni, the utilization of the alumni in a more strategic aspect of it, more intentional with our alumni, is something that we have to ensure that in 5 years we are on top of that. Thank you.
Okay, Leslie, then Ellen.
One thing that I keep thinking about as I hear this conversation is, you know, we have spent so much time talking about the CSU and affordability and proximity to home. And I would hope that in teasing out and thinking about our stories and in thinking about advocacy strategy, we can we think about building passion for the CSU. So it's not just that students go here because they can afford it and because it's closer to home, but that they're excited because they're excited about our programs and what we stand for, that we think about how we are generating that kind of passion. And when we do, it will rise up and it will be, you know, infective, you know, is that a word? In terms of, you know, infectious. No, I don't know. But to the legislators too. In other words, like we create that at a ground level and then we don't have to talk about it. We're showing it and it will be felt. So that is one thought. And one other thing I just wanted to mention, because it had come up in our group, is there's a group right now called Friends of the University. And it's a pretty broad group. It occurred to me all of a sudden, you know, as I'm thinking more about this, that's basically a bunch of trustees and friends, people from foundations of all the UCs, and every month they're on a Zoom call with legislators. And basically, what they say is if anyone on the call wants to give $500 to this legislator, that's fine. But legislators want to be on that call. They want to hear what's on the minds of these people. And we need to have our own friends of. It seems like it would be really easy to put together. And the final thing is, I just love this trustees and presidents and staff all working together. And I'm imagining what that next Sacramento day would look like with all of us in a room together sharing, you know, our enthusiasm for the CSU. So I'm just thinking we just have to build on the feeling that's in this room in terms of what advocacy looks like 5 years from now.
Thank you. Ellen?
I think in 5 years, after hearing what everybody said and the discussion in our amazing, wonderful, best group in the room, I would hope in 5 years that we have changed the paradigm of what is valuable in higher education, of one of inclusion versus one of exclusion, and that we show that we're the leader in that.
Okay, we have time. Soraya?
Yeah, I also would like to have us look at leveraging the benefit of collaboration among campuses. The duplication of effort is inefficient, and I think being able to, and both in terms of looking at faculty to faculty working together, programs, I think it creates even a larger synergy of impact than we currently leverage.
Darlene?
Thank you. I like to see the CSU continue to contribute to the economic health and impact meaningful consequences to the state in a variety of ways. The first is what I call the 3 C's, and at my campus I often talk about consequential communication, consultation, and collaboration with both internal and external stakeholders. The second is coordination and collaboration across campuses for not only fiscal but also other synergies that we can manifest. And then thirdly, I would really love to see us better engage with our community organizations and industries to integrate worthwhile employee staff development opportunities. So instead of organizations developing their educational courses for upgrading their employees, they can come to us and get that education here. And then lastly, I would love to better involve our faculty, our staff, our students, and our alumni to address what we are experiencing, and that is the demographic shift, the changes of an aging society through meaningful contributions, whether it be through internships or contributions to the community.
Well, thanks for mentioning the economic development. In a past life, we talked about economic development and quality of life. And then there's a time frame of that. Investing in the CSU over the next 5 years, look at the impact that's going to have 15, 20, 25 years from now. So that's very, very positive. Thank you. Who else? Steve.
So here's my dream for 5 years from now, that within that period of time, the state is willing to examine this historical formula that currently allocates funds in equal dollar amounts to the 2 big public systems of higher education in California, and instead looks at 5 objective metrics. First being how many students are educated in each system. Secondly, the relative preparedness of incoming students to do college work. The third, the amount of time faculty spend with undergraduate students. The fourth, take into account other non-state funds available in those 2 systems. And the last, at a minimum, consider an allocation that's a comparable dollar amount per student to each of those systems.
Yes. I'm glad. I am glad you spoke up, Steve, because I was about ready to call on you.
Steve is number one, yeah.
Saul?
Yeah, I would like, I'm very visual person, so I would like to see a logo that represents our brand. When I currently look at the brand of the CSU, it's a red box. And a box to me encapsulates, but it also limits you. So I'd like to see another brand that really showcases the power and the dynamic sort of like energy of the 23 campus system.
Okay, we still have time, and we have not heard from everyone in the room. So I may call on, yes, Vernon.
In 5 years, I'd like, there we go. In 5 years, I would like the CSU to continue on its vector of moving higher education away from a rating evaluation of institutions based on exclusivity to one of social mobility, because we are the best at it in the world.
Thank you. Yes, Steve?
So I like all that we've talked about. I think it's super important. I would also like in 5 years to somehow build better partnerships with our faculty and our staff and our students so that we're all singing from the same book and that we're all advocating for the same things as we move forward. I think it'd be very important for us.
Yes, Raji.
Everyone had wonderful, great ideas, and I love how we kept nudging each other because we all had the same discussion points. So I think this was actually a wonderful exercise. I think we're all on the same mission. We have the same ideas in mind. In 5 years, I'm going to put this out there. We talked about data and accurate data. My hope is that we have access to accurate data about our students. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday and today, but actually data where in 5 years I will able to say there is a box that I can check that identifies my ethnic identity when I apply to CSU, a SEEK box. So I had to say that.
Yes, Mark?
So just to capitalize on other comments that sort of tangentially come together, but I think for 5 years, realistically, starting off a journey to change the culture of the CSU internally to make it a much more proactive institution that sees themselves second to none within the higher education community. That then will help to achieve the various objectives that I think have been talked about in the previous briefings. But I think that culture shift really needs to happen to make us more feel collectively relevant, proactive, and a leader in the field.
Nicely stated. Who's next? Oh, yes. Leslie?
Well, I was thinking about the conversation we're having about, leaving the ranking system, changing the ranking system, which, I really appreciate, but was kind of in the middle of it last year when everyone left the U.S. News and World Report and they seem to still be stuck in it. It's kind of hard to leave in this world. But I was thinking about, what if we just met opposition head on? The world is moving, the part of the world we want to be in, I imagine, is leaving to being less elitist and more open. So what if we were the system that were there for everybody? Why is being selective good in this world as opposed to being open to everyone who wants to be educated? And so, I'm almost thinking about the Avis, we try harder. What do we want to be? But maybe we embrace the opposite of being highly selective. And so, and then the one other thing I was thinking in terms of a real value we have that we talked about in our group but haven't utilized is our 4 million strong alumni, right? One of the things, it's one thing to have them and it's another thing to make great use of them. So how do we capitalize on having a family of 4 million out there that people are proud to be a part of? But what does that mean to be a part of it? How is that helping our current students get jobs, get internships? How do we empower and have our alumni be connectors to our current students. So, I think both of those are ways to harness our power, open to everybody, and if we want to be that. And also, the most powerful alumni force probably helping us be the most powerful alumni force in the country.
That is a very good note. Sue?
Does it make us the best group? Yes, wonderful, great.
The best contributing group.
I don't even know if I want to say anything now. Along the lines of what you just said about our alums, we talk a lot about social mobility, and sometimes what we know that it's connections and developing political capital or social capital or academic capital. And I think sometimes we have really good programs in our institutions, but forget that our students aren't connected when they graduate anyway. I mean, they're not going to call home somebody who's on board to connect them with so-and-so. So we, I think, as a CSU, have the best possibility through those effective alumni connections is a really critical way of helping our students broaden their opportunities, their connections, what they don't bring to the table with them automatically, and understand what they do bring with them automatically is so powerful. And if they add those connections post-graduation, it's going to be they're going to be more successful. And with 4 million alumni, I think the CSU is probably best positioned to be able to really create a powerful web addressing that aspect of social mobility.
Our alumni trustee has his light on.
I do. Well, for 60 years, the system added no value to its alums. In fact, it ignored them. So we're playing catch up to all the other institutions around the country that valued them from day one because they saw what the resource value is. So I absolutely agree that it's a resource that we underutilize, but at the same time, as a system, we under-resource our ability to mobilize them. And so it does, and it would take us a shift in the way we look at funding it, the offices necessary to be able to make all of this happen. So it would mean some reprioritizing for that. I will say, however, that we have alumni all over the state of California and the nation that are dying for the opportunity to re-engage with us. But they don't know how to do it, and we don't do a very good job yet of reaching out and doing it. I hate to use the privates, but, we take a look at the alumni office at USC that has 500 people in it, and tell me how many of your campuses have 500 people in your alumni office out there engaging with them. The answer is we don't. Now, we don't have to be that, but we have to be something more than we are today to do that. I do want to leave my 5-year thought. One of my 5-year thoughts is that in 5 years, every 7th and 8th grader and their family knows the pathway to a higher education in this state through the CSU because we have outreach to them and we've answered their question about how they can afford to be in our system. And that would be my dream in 5 years.
Okay, Mike, you get to be the last person to comment during this section. No pressure.
I cannot agree more with what Larry has just said here. Incredible alumni we have. One of them, Steven Spielberg. Think about the caliber of the people that we have on this campus. And I want to see in 5 years that you go to any major events with a lot of key decision makers in the room and you ask them, who among you graduated from CSU? And they all very proudly raise their hand. That's it.
Quick.
So just to add some university pride, We have a Titan at the International Space Station as we speak. Point of pride. But one of the things that I shared with Larry is that what if every alum who graduated from our universities received a voucher that said, we've got a spot for you to take advantage of the opportunity to continue to develop your skills, your learning through our extended ed open university. And think about it, if we had enough alums in certain sectors, we could then start engaging sectors, industry partners to say, did you know that you have this many people holding on to a golden ticket to come back to their alma mater or the CSU? And we could craft and develop competency-based experiences for those individuals to come back and continue to grow in their professional journey and reach for the stars and the moon. Thank you.
That's a really high-note idea that would go quite well with commencement. First of all, I want to say on behalf of our committee of trustees, presidents, vice chancellors, we really appreciate you making this morning work. We felt we had a decent plan, and you really were all the best groups. All 6 of you were amazing. So I said, Stephen, Sales song, love the one you're with. It's every group's the best. I also want to say on behalf of the presidents, we really appreciate having a chance to be in the room and being in small groups and participating. And last, before I turn it back to our chair, I want to thank our chair and our chancellor for your leadership, the board for your leadership in putting us in a position to have this very, very thoughtful and, as you said earlier, historic discussion today. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Fong.
And I join Jeff in thanking our work group for all the meetings that you put in, and also for Roberta Achtenberg for her help. And let's give a hand to President Jeff Armstrong.
The senior president.
The senior president. I hope that all of you enjoyed this session, because this was a bold idea, that bringing in the 3 pillars of leadership of the CSU, our chancellor, our presidents, and our trustees. I hope that this becomes a regular activity, because this room is a brain trust. And the ideas that came out of this were just so exciting. And it's going to be turned over to the chancellor and her team, and we are going to be working out a strategic plan that we are going to enact. But I am just so excited by this. And just with our group, which was one of the 6 best groups, the ideas that came out were just so wonderful. The ability to share the innovation across all different sectors. So thank you, sir, so very much for this. And also, I think it was just fun getting to know each other. And this is just the beginning of building relationships, of being proactive, of being strategic, of using all of our abilities and taking the CSU to the next level. So we are going to be wrapping up our retreat, and before we do that, I would like to have some closing remarks from our current Vice Chair Clark, who will be your next chair of the board, from myself. From myself, and then from the Chancellor. So, Vice Chair Clark.
Thank you, Chair Fong. Just a few thoughts. First, in my opinion, these past 2 days have been nothing less than extraordinary. Each session has been informative, engaging, timely, and so relevant to the work we do as a board and to our shared vision as the CSU. But beyond the specifics of what we learned and discussed, I was most struck by what this retreat represents. Chancellor Garcia mentioned it in her opening remarks yesterday. This convening represents this board's commitment to continuous self-assessment and improvement, and to collaborative leadership with and in support of the Chancellor and her team and the university presidents, with each leadership body performing their specific and complementary roles as together we advance toward our shared goals for the benefit of the CSU, our students, and indeed the state of California. I'm struck by this twofold commitment and the hard work for many months it's taken us to get to this point, but I'm mindful that a commitment is very different than an accomplishment. A commitment is ongoing. And so I feel a great sense of responsibility, both personally and collectively, to continue the work and remain focused on the principles that have helped us more effective, data-driven oversight and policymaking body. And I want to emphasize that. My hope is that this board will truly be data-driven. We're kind of like an athlete. We need to drill every day to keep up our fundamentals, and we're going to do that. I'm confident in the future. We have to honor that twofold commitment, no matter the issues or distractions that are before us, and I believe we've done that today. In closing, I want to thank the retreat's presenters and facilitators, our presidents, and my board colleagues for their input, the Chancellor's Office for their hard work, and Roberta Achtenberg for her skilled guidance and organization. And of course, I want to give my deep, deep gratitude to Board Chair Wenda Fong. So thank you for that spontaneous showing of what I know to be true. And I assure you, at a future time, I'm going to continue on with that point. But for now, I'll simply say thank you, Chair Fong, and I turn the podium back over to you.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Vice Chair Clark, for your kind words and your very usual thoughtful reflections. And oh my gosh, that meant so much to me. I and this board, we are so fortunate to have you as our next, I know to be extraordinary chair. And I am beyond excited and optimistic at what your tenure as chair will be. And as this consequential convening comes to a close, I would like to echo the vice chair in offering my thanks to everyone who had a hand in making this retreat such a success, and our amazing brain trust. I think that needs to be part of our brand. Thank you for each of our presenters for your thoughtful insights, to the board and our university presidents for your brilliance, your attendance, your active participation, and as always, your candid and respectful discussion and deliberation. To Roberta Achtenberg, thank you for your wisdom, wealth of knowledge and experience in all things that matter of the university and system governance. And to the Chancellor's Office staff for their outstanding and tireless support. I want to thank specifically December Bolden, Rachel Corral, to Danielle, Sarah, Ivy, Justin, Davis, Valerie, Juan, Tom, Michelle, and Audrey. Please join me in thanking them. And I want to offer heartfelt thanks to our Chancellor Garcia for her courageous, dynamic, and mission-driven leadership. This board retreat is the culmination of the trustees' focused and hard work over the past 2 years, beginning with the assessment that Roberta and Jane Wellman led to identify the meaningful change and growth that needed to occur in order to build an effective and more strategic Board of Trustees. To now reach this level of collaboration with Chancellor Garcia and the presidents is to see a dream realized. While I have the opportunity to thank all of you more appropriately at a later date, I would be remiss if I didn't take this moment to express my gratitude for your steadfast support and dedication to the CSU, its mission, and our remarkable students throughout my tenure. Serving as the chair of the CSU Board of Trustees has truly been one of the greatest honors and privileges of my life. It is an opportunity and a position that I never would have envisioned for myself, and I am beyond grateful for this amazing experience. Working shoulder to shoulder with everyone in this room is a big reason why. I look forward to your ongoing collaboration as we continue to work together to lead the California State University to new heights as the premier university system in the nation. So thank you. All I can say is I'm grateful that it's a wide shot, that they don't have a close-up of me. Oh, no, they now did the close-up of me. Chancellor Garcia, may we have closing remarks from you, please?
It is a new day in the CSU. It is a new day, and this marks it for every single one of us. In the last 2 days, I've given a lot of thought, and people wondered why I said yes. It's because of all of you. It's because of an amazing board and meeting this powerful, powerful chair and vice chair and the board that I knew that they have the passion, the commitment to work alongside of us to lift the CSU. It is our presidents who every day, day in and day out, are on the front line and willing to collaborate. And I can tell you, I have worked across the country understanding systems. This group collaborates like no other. You play around competitiveness, but this group is one fabulous group working together. This board took a bold step and to start to assess itself and how they can be even better than they already are. And today it showed us that Zoom doesn't replace being in person, that it is deep when we get together and we innovate and we come together and we come up with, I have like 30 ideas. And as we plan, one of the things higher ed doesn't do well, but we're going to show them, is we have great plans, but it's about execution and it's about accountability. And this group will do that. I want to thank so many people. I'm not going to repeat, but there's one person who hasn't been mentioned. I'm going to say Patty Navalta, who is one of our consultants, who has been with us. I want to say thank you to her. You know, it's an honor to be the chancellor of the CSU. I will say that I stand here, that I am sure that no system head has the brain power, the commitment, the passion, the willingness to improve the way you have demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate as we work together. So I thank you. I thank you for all you do. I thank the board for supporting not only me, but the presidents who are on that front line. I thank the presidents for working alongside me and giving me the difficult dialogues as we move to lift. And I again thank the board and this amazing woman for being such a leader in the beginning of my tenure. Thank you so very much.
So once again, thank you, Chancellor, trustees, presidents, vice chancellors, our leaders, our team. This concludes the Board of Trustees Spring Retreat. The board will reconvene for our next regularly scheduled meeting on May 19th through the 22nd. Notice of the meeting will go out in the ordinary due course 10 days in advance of that meeting. I also want to note that the presidents, you will reconvene in the penthouse for the executive leadership team meeting at 3 p.m. Thank you all so very, very much. Fantastic. Adjourn.